Welcome back, everybody. We are back to part two of this review between the debate between Austin Witsit and Jerry Campanella. And I'm going to be continuing right where I left off, not wasting any time. Let's go.
Now, so the audience right now, go ahead and start submitting your questions to the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Click that box. The Q&A should open as a pop-up. Be sure to submit your questions. And for the next 30 minutes, we're going to engage in an open cross-exam between Austin and Jeran.
I think it'd be good
Gentlemen,
if we kind of go through and, maybe I'll ask a question of you, you can answer it, then you do one of me, just so that we can kind of stay on these topics, because I think you've hit some good points that I want to kind of iron through. For the first one is that the stars do not act as perspective acts. Perspective does not adjust equally, meaning that if I move a certain distance, it lowers a certain distance, and if I move a certain more distance, it lowers the exact same distance. If anybody wants to go outside tonight, find a north-bound longitude line and measure wherever 69 miles from you will be. When you get there, the North Star will change its position by 1 degree. Well, guess what 360 times 69 miles is? 24,901. Why is that? Because that's the shape of the Earth. That's the circumference of the Earth. You can go prove it tonight yourself.
What I don't get by this, right, is how you can prove the circumference of the Earth being spherical just by observing stars and doing all that. But you just proved that the circumference of the Earth wasn't spherical with a mirror test. See what Jeran is doing, it makes me think he's still a flat earther, but he got the bag some kind of way for selling out. I don't know. But some is just very suspicious about this, because the new Jeran is all about looking at the stars. The old Jeran, when he, listen, here's what y'all gotta, this is the crazy part, right? This is the crazy part right here, right? Here go the crazy part, right? The old Jeran was a flat earther, and he used spherical geometry to prove flat Earth. The new Jeran is a globe earther, and he will not use spherical geometry to prove sphere. Ain't that a problem? The old Jeran was a flat earther who used spherical geometry all the time. Now, spherical geometry is what the globe earthers need to be using, not flat earthers. Again, picking up from yesterday, why are we using y'all proof to disprove y'all model? So much so that y'all won't even go to the Pythagorean proof. Everything Jeran talks about now is this star, that star, the sun, the moon. And it's amazing, man, because deep down inside, he knows he cannot produce curvature. So he got to do magic tricks. Look at this star, look at that star. And if you calculate this, and guess what? That's because it's a sphere, right? Santa Claus is real because the gifts are under the tree. Here we go again. Buckle up.
You don't need anybody. But, flat earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole, walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes. If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars, he was false in that. He said that the stars operate as perspective would. That's not true. They don't. What's your, I guess you're...
Right, let's just stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop there. Yeah. So you agree, like if a plane flies over your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down. As it flies close, okay, so perspective does in fact cause things in the distance to appear to go down towards the horizon and converge into that place.
But not the stars, though. This is crazy.
Okay, so that's what I'm not talking about the exact ratio. The sky is for sure a very interesting phenomena, right? I mean, indisputably, in the paradigm of the globe, it's like wildly crazy phenomenon.
Are wild. Yeah, the things are pretty crazy. But I think that the flat Earth model that calls for stars circling your head would have parallax issues. They would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see.
You know what's crazy? He said that the flat Earth model calls for stars circling your head. Watch this. The flat Earth model calls for stars circling your head. Hold that thought. Now, here's what's crazy, right? This is what globe earthers and flat earthers support show as time-lapse footage of the stars. Now, one say the reason the stars circle your head like that is because you're on a globe and it's spinning. One say, well, the Earth's stationary, the sky just spinning. Now, the globe earthers have to also double talk and shoot themselves in the foot by saying that, well, the flat Earth model requires the stars to circle above your head. But see, when we go outside, we literally observe the stars doing that. And that's when the globalists say that's because the Earth's spinning around. But see, everybody on Earth observes this same sky that I'm looking at. So where's the bottom of the globe at? Again, there's no two zodiac wheels. We're going to start this thing off with some daggers already. You feel me? This man said a flat Earth model requires the stars to circle above your head. And we literally go outside and see that what the flat Earth model requires, it happens. The requirement is met in reality, sir. And when we point this out, the globalists say, well, that proves a globe because look, it's because the Earth's spinning. See the double talk? You see, it's going to be fun. Let's go.
Anything of, right? We don't see the constellations change their orientation. So it does do exactly what the sphere calls for with these stars at a very, very far distance.
Well, let's just talk about it. So like, okay, so perspective does cause things to look like it goes down when it goes away from you. And the stars do that. So like I said,
but at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with perspective, you wouldn't get the same, we move 69 miles north, the star drops 1 degree, 69 more miles, 1 degree, 69. That's not how anything perspective works. If you did that,
actually isn't even entirely true, right? So there is, so it's claimed to have like a linear 1-to-1 ratio. This actually isn't true though. Like if you actually look at like the celestial navigation, like the manuals, right? You cannot take any of the angles like all the way up to something like 15 degrees and then a few degrees away from 90. You can't even take them. And so actually it's like logarithmic. It actually starts to compress almost like a hyperbolic, like a geometry. But everyone just says it's 69 miles, oh, it just works, and everyone acts like it works. It doesn't. It like factually doesn't. You can't actually use the angles to the stars lower down, meaning as things get closer and closer to the horizon, right, that claim linear ratio doesn't happen at all. And just to make the bigger claim, though, because I don't want it to get lost, what I'm saying is it is special pleading in that we're claiming the exception to a universal principle, which is everywhere else, when we look, we know that because of perspective, that things get further away, they appear to go down. Right. And we see the sky appear to go down, but the globe is claiming. So, yeah, it has the same effect as perspective, but it isn't because of perspective. It's because we're physically changing our orientation. Right. We agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want to know if you're talking about if perspective is a mathematic equation, is there a formula for perspective?
Well, that's a good question, right? People do use a formula for perspective, but I don't agree with it. And so
Okay,
if you actually look into it, it's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use, assuming that there's linear visual space. And this has been tested and written about at some of the highest levels.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, watching this debate, I'm actually learning a lot from Witsit. I'm not even gonna play for you. Like he's got a lot of information, a lot of knowledge in him.
So you're saying that do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and then we kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees, are you saying that the star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees? Based on if we go 69 miles north, 69 again, say we do it 10 times, it's 690 degrees, 10 steps to that way, so the North Star will be 10 degrees different. You agree with that?
It will be, yeah, it will be very close. It will not be exact. And
if you're at 25 and 45 degrees, it should be close, right? Because you're not in the refraction zones.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. You're calling this way. Let's make sure everyone understands this. Conveniently, we call the refraction zones all the way up to like 15 degrees or more above the horizon, because what actually happens is the stars start to act way different, right? I mean, that's 15 degrees is super high above the horizon, right?
I agree.
No, but the stars start acting different. Well, this is what like hyperbolic visual space would predict. It would be a logarithmic relationship. So like on the globe, it's very simple. We're standing on a globe. There's basically nothing between us and the stars. They're super far away. So the only reason the stars look like they change positions is because we're tipping over. But that's actually not what we observe in reality. All the way 15 degrees or more, we start to see them start to compress and get logarithmic, meaning that the way that they change is exponentially different. And even all the way up towards 90. So you're told specifically not to utilize those. So we can say it's refraction. That's not even like a realistic or viable explanation, like 15 degrees. So conveniently, the difference in the linear perspective and a hyperbolic perspective, it's a wash, right? According to the globe, it just conveniently, we're going to change that range and not use it. We're not going to use the range that would be different between a linear and a hyperbolic visual space.
But is that also the place where refraction would cause issues with the observations of stars?
15 degrees above the horizon?
Sure. I mean, if you're looking out in the direction, that's not very high, and that's where all the atmosphere is, right? So you're going to be looking through the most amount of atmosphere at about 10 to 15 degrees from the ground. That's where you're going to have, again, I'm saying if refraction is true, which I believe that it is, and then you just have to say, well, that's what the globe is saying, is that the reason that the stars get mushed together is because they are being refracted, or they kind of disappear, they kind of get faded in that area. So again, I don't know if that's really, because I'm saying we could still take the distance away from 15 and away from 90, and then we could, if that's working perfectly as a sphere, that'd be really weird that that works as a sphere, but not the 15 degrees that we have left to go. So, I mean, you could just keep doing that one section that you have, and you would be able to figure out that the Earth is 24,901 miles around, simply because you can keep going north, and you would always get 1 degree every 69 miles. So I see what you're saying. I mean, again, you're just going to claim that that's, I'll have to look into what exactly the formula is, because I do know that refraction does break down as well. Not refraction, sorry. The perspective breaks down close to you and far away from you.
It does because of the way that everyone tries to use like linear geometry for perspective. So like, and this is just an assumption, but this has actually been written about for decades, and it's just people don't even want to go touch it.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of play it on a faster speed just for a while, just for a little while.
And like, I've done a stream on this, right? The very basic way to disprove this idea, because when we look at railroads, we know that they're physically parallel in reality, but they look like they converge. Okay, but according to planar geometry, they don't ever converge. They're just parallel. So if we were seeing in planar geometry, we would see them just remain parallel. So obviously there's a difference between how we see in actual plane geometry, right? Because it's converging. They appear to converge. And what they end up saying is, oh, well, we have a formula for that. Yeah.
Shout out to Jay Scaramella. Says globe heads love to dwell on perspective to avoid lack of curvature. Big facts.
Fatality.
Facts.
You made a corrective adjustment to the trigonometry because planar geometry doesn't work. And this has been like a well-known problem. It's just like the elephant in the room in any discussion about visual space. And I will say they actually recently had to address it because they were utilizing planar geometry for perspective with robotics, which required extreme precision. And the robots were off. They couldn't accurately position things even in small rooms because it was such a precise need of visual alignment. So they actually had to start to integrate like hyperbolic visual space. So now we have a huge situation where we're assuming that we see in straight lines on a globe, and we map the whole globe out that way. And if we actually see with curved visual space, right there, if perspective is not perfectly linear, the globe can't feature it, like on space, because that's like every angle measurement, the way the entire globe model is set up, it's based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So we actually don't even see it that way. And
so you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like towards the bottom, what happens is the extremities. So like towards as far as you can see, when you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
But we don't see that with the stars, right?
We do see that with the stars, and that's why even in the manuals they say don't even take the measurements like up to 15 degrees.
Sorry, I meant do we see? You were talking about like railroad tracks converging in the distance, so things as they go away from us converge, but stars don't do that. Is what I'm saying. The stars.
Oh no, yeah, they definitely don't do it like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all for sure. Right. But that's why I did immediately concede that yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're in like a different realm almost, right? We don't. Regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different.
Right. And what's crazy is this right here.
Think about a Home Depot. It's not a mile long, but let's.
You know, what's crazy about all that is this right here, right?
I've measured it flat.
That right there, right?
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay.
Your boy measured it flat.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
So, like Witsit said, it doesn't matter what happens in the stars, man.
Entire globe model is set up. It's based on assumed straight lines that we see in. So we actually don't even see it that way. And
So you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like starts towards the bottom. What happens is the extremity. So like towards as far as you can see, when you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
But we don't see that with the stars, right?
We do see that with the stars, and that's why even in the manuals they say don't even take the measurements like up to like 15 degrees.
So I meant, do we see? You were talking about like railroad tracks converging in the distance. So things as they go away from us converge, but stars don't do that. This is what I'm saying. The stars.
Oh no, yeah, they definitely don't do it like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all for sure. Right. But that's why I did immediately concede that yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're in like a different realm almost, right? We don't. Regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different, right? Like we don't know. Like according to the globe, it's pretty crazy as well. It's actually, I would say, much crazier. I'm not claiming to know exactly how the sky works, and I'm also acknowledging that perspective is not exactly like this one-to-one. I don't even believe that it is linear. The evidence shows on the Earth that perspective is not that way. So now, if we're going to add way more distances to the stars, right, we have to account for curved visual space.
Let me just say, so you understand my position too, is I'm not buying into any of the other stuff yet. That all takes being convinced like I was of the sphere. So everything else is on the table, but the sphere is not something at this point that I think can be changed. Nothing's going to come out that now the sphere doesn't work anymore. It's the Earth is mapped as a sphere. It operates as a sphere.
But the whole thing is this.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
See, the thing about Jeran is this. He never measured the Earth as a sphere. When Jeran went outside and literally wanted to see what shape the ground was, guess what?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth.
I've measured it flat.
So my whole thing is, he's saying nothing's gonna change it's a sphere now just because of Star Trek. Like, is that gonna change your measurements? You can say what you want about the stars. I get what Witsit's saying. Like, why are we even talking about the stars instead of spherical geometry, sir? Make that make sense, right? Why are we talking about the stars versus spherical geometry? You know why? Because
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
He measured it flat. So of course he don't want to deal with the measurements and the geometry. What does the word geometry mean? Geo means earth. Metry means measure. Jeran don't want to deal with the measurements because guess what he'll have to tell you?
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. Okay?
I've measured it flat.
So for the rest of Jeran's life, he's never going to deal with the proof that the Pythagorean, right? Let me go to this. Jeran never going to deal with this right here. No globalist will. Now, why won't you deal with your own proof? This is the proof that y'all said supposed to be happening under my feet. Jeran ain't gonna deal with it. You know why?
I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay?
The sphere, again, yeah, is it flat locally? Yes. So do we treat the Earth like it's flat? So it doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did anything.
Isn't that stupid? If I lived on a sphere that I think about this now, here's what they said we live on. And they said this is the math to support it. But they just ignore all this, y'all. The way that we live on the earth as if it's flat. We build technology as if it's flat. We fly planes as if it's flat. Why? Think about it. A pilot would have to take into factor, right? Not only the rotation of the earth, that'll be some data I would want to know as a pilot, right? People are saying, well, it rotates so slow, but it's so fast though. But from our perspective, because we're on the earth, but what about when we get off the ground, where the air and the ground is synced together? See how all of these lies are just one big glue, one big clusterfuck, and people go for it. They said we live on this right here, but we treat it like a flat earth. That's crazy as hell. That's crazy as hell. Yeah, everything about it is a spirit. It's definitely a spirit, but treat it like it's flat. That's definitely a man, but treat him like it's a woman. It's definitely black, but treat it like it's white looking ass, man.
I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay.
Anything else, you would crash because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough.
You just can't make the earth big just because we debunked the Pythagorean proof. See what Jeran doing, he's not pulling this up because according to his model, the earth is roughly 4,000 miles in radius. But once we debunk this right here, they say, but the earth is so big, it's almost like it's flat from your perspective. Right? But you can't make the earth bigger than a 4,000 mile radius because now you going against the very proof that y'all said that you measured. Now, either you measured this or you didn't. It's crazy because it's like they say, hey guys, we found out the earth is a globe and we measured it. It's 3,959 miles in radius. And we go out there and test that and realize, wait a minute, where's the curve at? We use your math and we don't find a curve. Well, it's bigger. Well, you didn't measure it then, stupid. That's right. Why didn't you give me the correct numbers to begin with if it's bigger? You measured it, right? We went off the number that you gave us. So you can't now make it look like we're dumb because your numbers didn't check out. That's right. If you measured it and we go and try to verify that and realize, wait a minute, these numbers don't add up. We don't see a curve. Well, it's bigger. Well, you didn't measure then because you didn't put the correct size in your proof, man. And that ain't my fault. That's y'all's. See, this is such trickery. And the average person is so dumbed down in the world that I give up. I know most people just not gonna make it, and no matter how much you want them to, y'all, they not gonna use their mind. They like being told.
Let's see if this supposed curvature is anywhere to be found. Taking my trusty Nikon P900 Ultra Zoom camera, we travel to Highland Lake to perform our own experiment. From one end of the lake to the branching midpoint is almost exactly 3 miles, giving a perfect camera position and target observation area.
Now, Jeran said, but the earth is so much bigger, right, that we just treat it like it's flat, right? But when you take Jeran to a damn lake, right? When you take Jeran to this little lake right here, now, according to their model, we should be expecting curvature every 8 miles. Now, check this out, bro. If you take Jeran to this lake and you standing up with Jeran right here and Jeran see a boat vanish, Jeran gonna say the boat went over a curve. Now imagine standing right here and you and Jeran looking at a boat. Boom, the boat going. Bam, the boat vanishes. Jeran say, yep, it went over the curve of the earth, but it's just right here where my mouse at. We can't see forever. My whole thing is this right here. Jeran will say, the earth's so damn big, we perceive it flat. But yet when we at the beach, you telling me that the boat just went over the curve and it just took off 5 minutes ago. Is the earth big or is it small? Because think about it, people. Let me show y'all something real quick. When the sun go over the when the sun set, right? They say it went over the curve, right? When a boat disappear, they say it went over the curve. Now watch this video. They said when the sun set, it goes over the curve. Watch this. One consistent argument that I always get whenever I'm debating a globe earther is that the ship went over the curve, the sun goes over the curve when it sets. And I try to explain vanishing point and lines of convergence, but to no avail. Maybe this video will help. I mean, just think about it a minute. If the sun is going over a curve, then I'm running over that same curve. And if that's true, then it only take about 1 minute to run over the curvature of the earth, or about 1 block, which would put you on a very, very small globe. So there is no curvature. And this is just yet another example of vanishing point. The earth is so big that we treat it like it's flat. But look at this camera, how high it is, and you see the flat horizon. But think about it now. If a car going down this street right here and you standing right here in this driveway with Jeran gonna say that the car just went over a damn curve, y'all. If you standing right here in this driveway with Jeran and a car go down the street and get small and disappear, Jeran said that's the curvature of the earth and the car ain't even went a damn block. But yet they said that the earth is so damn big that we gotta treat it like it's flat. But yet some shit can vanish on a horizon line when it leaves you in 1 minute.
Enough that, you know, or in the entire world. I want to show this real quick, just so I'll get your answer on this one, Austin. So this is, you can see my screen now that I'm sharing these little things here.
Yeah, actually, I did find out that I can help you share your screen if you want.
Okay, well, I'm all right. I think as long as people can see that. So this was on Twitter.
Let me make you. Let me make you bigger then. It's like it's super small, right? So.
But it is kind of a serendipitous, or whatever you want to call it, that this is the 6th month of the day anniversary of this particular observation. So this is the 24-hour sun on December 14th in Union Glacier. So this is what Austin and I both saw. We both know that we were both there. We both know there was no trickery. There was no funny business. That's the freaking sun. And
you know, the thing about flat earth, it ain't based on beliefs. The thing about globe earth is definitely based upon belief. You gotta believe in gravity. You gotta believe that when you drop some on the ground, there's a force pulling it there, but it ain't pulling the cloud down. There's so many beliefs that you gotta believe that there's diamond planets out there floating around. You got to believe right now you spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, and even the people that taught you that told you there's no way to prove it. That's how come I know you don't study your model. The people that actually taught us that the earth is spinning admitted we can't prove it. There's no way we can prove the spin because we're on the earth and everything is synced together. That's what they say. So the fact that we can't prove the earth spinning mean we all believe it. The fact is it ain't moving. That ain't a belief. Why? I don't feel it moving. That's just me trusting my damn senses, man. That's like every other senses you got. If you see me wet because you got a sense called sight, why would you believe I'm dry? Because a physicist said, well, technically, even though he's dripping, right now he's dry because some theory. Yeah, technically, even though you don't feel it, you're actually moving more than the speed of sound right now. And you telling me that I'm the one with the belief? I don't gotta believe the fact that I don't feel like I'm moving. I'm going with feeling, which is senses. That ain't a belief. That's just me trusting what God gave me, man, senses. That's just like the light in my room right now is on. And my sense called sight allow me to see that the light is on. And I'ma trust that. Why would my eyes lie to me? If I think my eyes lying to me, then guess what I can do? Go out there and do an experiment and see if they lying to me. Because if my eyes lying to me about the ship vanishing, and if the ship going over curvature, then guess what? I should be able to see the curvature when I zoom out. You telling me that the earth is so damn big we can't see the curvature, but yet when I'm running down a block and disappear, you telling people I just went over the earth's curve.
Stupid.
I don't gotta believe that it's flat. Why? I see it flat. I'm just trusting my eyes. See, ain't no belief required in just trusting my senses. The person that say your senses lying to you, this is what's really going on, I gotta believe them, man. That's when the belief come in. That's when the belief come in. See, we was all born into a belief that we was on a globe and that astronauts is in space right now floating on the ISS. You didn't prove that. You believe that. And if I say I don't choose to believe that, everybody laugh at me just because I don't want to be a part of your damn belief system. You don't believe they really up there? Then why would they lie? I don't care. It ain't about why would they lie. It's what I can prove, and I only say what's fact, what I know. That's how a righteous man live. I don't call some a fact because somebody ridiculed me into believing it. That's what y'all do. That's what the way of the world is. But I'm not like the world. I'm like Christ. Let's go. When the world go right, I go left, because the Bible said the world ain't headed in the right direction. It's a cheat code on how to save your soul. Do everything opposite of what the fucking world doing.
And it does circle your head in Antarctica. So once we see that, something interesting is if we go now to, pause, if we go now to the Google Earth here, you can see that, yeah. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, and you'll see up here that I've got the date as 6/14. You can't see that high? Oh, it's still about, so we can get this, you can see it. Shoot, hold on, I don't want you to see. Sorry, stop. Okay, let's go with this one instead. That's better. All right, now you can see it up there. All right, so you see at the top here, it says 6/16. I went back 2 days. But you'll notice that this is at the north, at 80 degrees north, so the complete opposite of where we were 6 months ago. And if we play the time lapse, you'll notice that the sun does the exact same thing that we saw it do, only the opposite. It's the opposite direction. And there'll never be a flat model ever in your life or your children's lives that will ever explain this. And it doesn't matter.
Why would we have to explain a computer animation when we can go outside and guess what we can do when we go out there?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
See, Jeran want us to come up with explanations versus just go with our measurements, our senses. And that's what the proof in a court of law. Don't you know that the senses play a factor more than people's explanations? If the criminal go up there with 100 good explanations, but 100 people come up there and say, no, we saw him at the location, which one you think is more powerful? 100 human beings' sense of sight, or this man's 100 explanations? Only in science is explaining your way out of shit a good thing to do, but you can't even do that with your damn wife, man. You can't even do that shit in your relationship. Your woman gonna say, nigga, I hear what you saying, but prove it to me. And you gonna tell your woman the same thing. Listen, that's a damn good explanation, but it ain't no proof, baby. Drop a 1 if that's some real shit. I value senses and proof, evidence, over niggas explaining shit. Everybody got an explanation for some shit, but everybody ain't got no evidence and proof for what the hell they talking about. That's right. And guess what need explaining? Lies. Guess what don't need an explanation? Truth. All truth need is proof and evidence, man. It don't need all your damn explanations. You ain't even gotta know how to talk that good. Put the evidence on the table and that'll speak for the truth. The truth don't need a whole bunch of niggas explaining shit for it, cause it's supported by proof and evidence. But the lie need a whole bunch of explanations. You know why? It ain't got no proof and evidence, y'all. That's right. How do I compensate for the lack of evidence and proof? With some good ass explanations. I got to be a damn good explainer to be a good liar. See, good liars got to be good ass explainers. Explainer. Only thing they get to offer to the world is fucking explanations. No proof, no facts, no evidence.
Matter if you say it's personal incredulity that I don't know how something works. No, because there's been flat earthers forever, and they've never, not one person, not one entity, not one Daniel Shenton, not one Lady Blount, not one St. Pierre, not one Allen, not one Witsit has ever been able to explain it. So if you're
because flat earthers deal with proof and evidence, and guess what the proof is? Measurements. And guess what, Jerry?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
How did you go from wanting measurements to explanations. You moving backwards, my nigga. The old Jeran wanted measurements. The old Jeran wanted proof, facts, evidence. The new Jeran want to just get around people and have an explanation contest. Because liars don't have facts and evidence. They try to get you to explain shit because they're only bound to explanations. But see, when I show up to debate a liar, I say, man, I didn't even come here today to explain a goddamn thing. I came here today to present proof and evidence that's gonna prove the damn truth, and I'm going home, man. That's right. Hey, that's how you get around these damn liars. You ain't gonna put me in your ball court because I don't got to have no explanations if I got proof and evidence. That's right. The man that shows up with no proof and evidence in the court better have a damn good explanation. You better have a damn good one too. Because guess what? You going up against a man with proof and evidence, dog. And you ain't got none. All you got is explanations. Boy, you better have a damn good one. And you ain't got no good one. And even if you did, it still wouldn't compare to the proof and evidence. The man who slams some proof and evidence on the paper ain't got to open his damn mouth no more. He can say, here go the measurements. Here go the experiment. I use your numbers and I didn't find a curve. Guess who got some explaining to do? Globe earthers. Flat earthers ain't got no explaining to do. Why? We went outside and used spherical geometry. This is their geometry. And showed they lied. This is wrong. So now that we've presented proof of fraud, we got evidence, experiments that these numbers in the Pythagorean proof is wrong, and they even agree with us because they say, well, yeah, it's bigger. But they won't say, well, Pythagorean proof is wrong. They still teaching it in school. So guess who got some explaining to do? Y'all do, sir. The flat earthers did the work. See, the good thing about going out there and doing the work, it rids you of all of them damn explanations. You can just show up like a proud boss and slam your proof and facts and evidence down and leave them to the explaining games. See, Jeran is using a psychology where he's trying to get the people with facts, proof, and evidence to start having an explaining war with him. And then he try to bait you into it by saying, you don't have an explanation for this. You don't have an explanation for that. And guess what I would say in a court of law? Your Honor, I didn't come here to explain a damn thing. My proof and evidence gonna let you know everything you need to know, and it's gonna prove the truth. And that ain't gonna require no explanation at all. Guess what an explanation come in? If you don't have proof, then the court gonna say, well, explain why. I don't gotta explain once I show up with my proof. Explaining is something you do because you don't have proof. When you put the proof down, you can shut your damn mouth up and save your breath. But the liar, man, the liar, he gonna have to talk so much. The liar gonna have to do a lot of explaining. Because that's all he got. He got to compensate for the lack of proof and evidence. But the man with the proof and evidence, he can say, look, don't believe shit I'm saying. In fact, I ain't gonna even say shit. Look at this right here. There go the proof. I'm out the door. It speak for itself. The liar gonna say, but hold up, but let me explain. Let me explain. The person that's a truther gonna say, I'm not finna play no explanation battle with you because I got evidence on me, man. And when I present that, you can start explaining yourself, but I'm cleared. I'm cleared of any burden of how to explain anything once I put my proof down. That's the beauty of proof. It saves you so many words and explanations. And a liar would try to say, well, explain this, explain that. And you would have to remind the liar, I don't owe you no damn explanation, nigga. I done gave you the facts. You owe me an explanation because you the one lacking evidence and proof. How the hell I owe you an explanation and I showed up to court with all my I's dotted, all my T's crossed, I got evidence, everything I told the court, I proved it with the videotape, the pictures, I got witnesses. Ain't nobody gonna sit up there and say, but Sanchez, explain yourself. Explain this. Explain what? With all this goddamn evidence and proof. Shit me. The liar better get to explaining himself and he better do it now. That's the way this thing works. Don't let them fool y'all.
Your burden of, if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't.
Jeran, keep asking niggas for explanations when we can do you some better, bro. We got proof and facts. Now you got explanations. That's why you asking us for them. But we got something better than that, sir. I guarantee you any judge on any day will accept proof and evidence over niggas' explanation.
You know, oh, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work? Eventually, we have to get to the conclusion that something will.
And when Jeran finds out how curvature work on his model, then he can talk about stuff. See, because no man in the world know how everything works. And a flat earther don't gotta know how the stars work. A flat earther got to prove that the ground ain't curving, and they doing that. And the globalists can't prove that it is curving, so they want to talk about the stars. They want to shift the narrative with this final experiment to where we just talking about the stars now versus what Jeran did with his own experience. Guess what he did?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
That's why Jeran don't want to go back to talking about what the ground doing. Jeran talking about, but you can't explain what's happening in the sky. But you a globe earther and you can't even explain what's happening under my feet, sir. And you supposed to be doing that. That's your job. It ain't a math teacher's job to explain reading. If you're a globe earther, your job is to prove that the earth is a globe. A flat earther's job is to prove that it's flat. And guess what, y'all? The globe earthers don't want to do that no more. They running. This they way, and they got the whole world thinking they winning, but they running. They don't even want to use their own spherical geometry. And guess what? Everybody with the truth getting censored. I've been watching a lot of videos. They're cracking down even more on flat earth content. And it just triggers me to make more of it, even though I know they're cracking down on the views and the algorithm. I still got to do it just to go against the grain. They're not going to force me into making content just for views and talking about a bunch of shit, you know, trendy stuff for views. That's what I was doing. But no, it's all about this flat earth, man. For real.
Will never work. And we move on from there. And we just.
Because guess what? People think this is a game. They think we trolling. They think it's a gimmick. Bro, we serious, man. The earth is flat and we're proving that.
Leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work. There is a model that very simply says, of course, you would see 80 degrees north, the opposite of what you would see 80 degrees south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it predicts. It's what it calls for. So, and again, it's the exact.
Guess what, y'all? Both models make the same predictions. Here's the crazy shit about Jeran, right? The flat earth and the globe earth make the same predictions. But guess where we disagree at on what the ground doing? Why wouldn't we debate the disagreement versus who can explain what we both agree on the best? That's stupid. You running at that point. We both know that the ancestors who was flat made the same predictions that globe earthers are making today. In fact, the globe earthers are using ancient systems to make those predictions. So it ain't about being astrologers and astronomers and being like the Mayan and making predictions in the stars, nigga. Why y'all running from the flat earth and globe earth debate? It's about the shape of the earth, bro. That's right. And now we making this whole debate about the heavens now because they running from the ground because they know we debunked it. Even Jeran debunked it. Listen.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
And that's why Jeran will never debate a flat earther and talk about spherical geometry and what the ground is doing no more for the rest of his life. Because he's a shill, an agent. He knows that
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
And he's never going to deal with what the ground doing no more. He going to play these little games like we, stargazing and shit.
Exact same, meaning that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there, the lowest spot in the sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees. If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay, what I figured out in the south, whoops, didn't mean to move up. What I figured out in the south was by watching the sun, I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles. And we were, remember, it was like 15.
Man, this man is so damn crazy. He said that when the sun is setting by 1 degree, when he walked towards it, it rises back up. So again, they said that the earth is so damn big, you got to treat it like it's flat. But yet you can walk toward the sun and it'll rise back up overhead because you on a spear. Again, I can run over the curve and now he can walk toward the sun and bring it back under his head. So Jerry can run back to the sun and make it 12 o'clock again. Because remember, when the sun is directly over your head, it's 12 noon. So Jeran's saying every time the sun is declining, as it's setting by 1 degree, he can walk to it and bring it back up over his head. Let me make sure this ain't what he's saying. This is bananas if that's what you're saying.
One Allen, not one Witsit, has ever been able to explain it. So if your level of acceptance of something is you're not allowed to say that it doesn't, just because I don't know how it works. Well, how many people need to say that something doesn't work until we know it doesn't work? Eventually, we have to get to the conclusion that something will never work, and we move on from there, and we just leave it. We don't stay on something and say, well, we still think the Earth's flat no matter what, even if it doesn't work. There is a model.
No, we say the Earth flat still because what?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
It's because observations don't change measurements. If I go measure my backyard a certain number, but then I see an eclipse one day that some globe earth physicist said should happen on the globe, you think that's gonna change the numbers that I just measured? Like, that's the foolishness of Jeran. The earth now is balling up beneath my feet because of a celestial observation. But yet you literally had a tangible ground measurement. Tell me what dummy will get rid of their proof and evidence and measurements for speculation and observation, for a kind of conclusion that's equivalent to saying Santa Claus is real, because how did those presents get under the tree? If the sun did this and moon did that, then the earth got to be a globe, yet you measured it flat. You see what I'm saying? It's bananas, man. None of that gonna change your measurements. The stupidity of Jeran is this. Jeran said at the beginning of the debate, flat earthers aren't honest, because the final experiment should have made them tweak their model, go back to the drawing board and say, hey, the 24-hour sun don't work on a flat earth. Let's see how to make this work on a flat earth, right? That's what Jeran said. Because Jeran didn't like that they were saying it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, right? But guess what? Jeran should have took his own advice. Because guess what, Jeran? You measured it flat. So if you know your measurements didn't change, then why didn't you go back to the drawing board and say, okay, the earth is flat, but I was wrong about the 24-hour sun? He just jumped to conclusions. He just did a very idiotic move. He jumped to conclusions. What you observed in Antarctica, you can't explain it on your model. So don't give up and run away and be a damn quitter. Because guess what?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay?
We know there's no curve, but what flat earthers don't know is everything that the sun and moon and stars are doing. We never claim to be experts of the heavens. What we can prove is that the ground ain't a sphere. And they know we can prove that, which is why they want to change the narrative into, well, can you explain what the sun doing? Can you explain what the moon doing? No, I can prove to you what the ground ain't doing, and that's balling up, nigga. That's right. Like, I can give you some better than an explanation about the stars. I can give you proof and evidence about the ground, right? Because it's all about flat earth or globe earth, right? Not about the stars, right? But the people that want to talk about the stars, y'all, is because they cannot present proof for their curve on the ground. So they want to have explanations about the sky and say, but this can be explained better on this model than that one. But can it be proven on either one? An explanation ain't proof, y'all. And when somebody show up and say, look, maybe your explanation about the stars is better than mine. Maybe it's not. But here's my evidence and proof that the ground is flat. You can't ignore that and say, but look at this explanation of the sun I got. Look at this explanation of the stars I got. You just can't ignore that, man. When he said, a man can look at you in the face and say, look, I honestly don't have an explanation of the stars. But here's my proof and evidence that the ground is flat, though. That's right. And guess what? He wins the debate. Because if he got proof and evidence that the ground ain't bending, and all you got is explanations about how it can work on your model that he's debunking with proof and evidence, you lose. If a man show up with proof and evidence that the ground ain't curving, and only thing you can do as response is start explaining how the stars could work on your model better, it's pointless. He just debunked your model with proof and evidence, and you can't revive it with explanations. That's right.
That very simply says, of course, you would see 80 degrees north, the opposite of what you would see 80 degrees south 6 months later, because that's how the globe works. It's what it predicts. It's what it calls for. So, and again, it's the exact same, meaning that if you were to measure the lowest, which looks about right there, the lowest spot in the sky.
They said, well, if the sun does this, then the earth is a globe. People, don't nobody on earth know more about the stars than the Egyptians, the Dogon, the Mayans, the ancestral people. They still got the most accurate timekeeping systems to date. But we're so smart. Now, don't you know that the ancestors knew everything that the sun was doing, everything that the moon was doing before the Greeks, and they were flat earthers? These damn Greeks is showing up saying, up, look at what the sun is doing. That's what it's supposed to do on a globe. Up, look at how the sky is turning. That's how it would look if the earth was spinning around. And then they say, well, our model must be right because this is what the sun would do on our model if it was spinning. But you already started off on a theory. The theory was if the earth is spinning, then we would see the sky turning a certain way. But flat earthers already looked at the way the sky was moving. The flat earth ancestors already looked at what the moon was doing, the stars was doing, and made it work perfectly on a flat earth model. And guess how we know? We still using those systems today. We still, for them to say that the sky can't work right on a flat earth model, but still admit that the Mayan had the most accurate timekeeping system based upon stargazing is bananas. For them to say that the sky as we observe it cannot work right on a flat earth model, but for them to still give credits to the Egyptians and the Dogon and the Mayan for being experts of the heavens is ridiculous when them people was flat earthers, man. So apparently they made all of these things work on the flat earth model and they was able to make the same predictions. You acting like the Mayan didn't know about the 24-hour sun. That's right. You acting like the Mayan, and y'all even say that. You say, we don't know how the Mayan could make all of these predictions. You know why you don't know? Because you don't want to admit that they was able to make them because they knew the earth was flat. The reason you're able to make them is because you're using their damn systems and trying to say, oh, that's working because the earth is a globe, and people going for it. Oh, we able to predict that and predict this because the earth is a sphere. No, because you got the ancient systems. The ancestors was making these predictions way before the Greeks came along. Way before us. And they was making them based upon a flat earth model. And they were accurate. So accurate that physicists and scientists still say that they're even more accurate than our systems today. But yet, when you debate these people, they will say, there's no way this can work like this on a flat earth. There's no way that the sky can work like this on a flat earth model. Y'all double talking.
Sky, if you measured that, it'd be 15 degrees. If you notice, it's exactly north. Okay, what I figured out in the south, whoops, didn't mean to move up. What I figured out in the south was by watching the sun, I said, man, every time the sun gets to its lowest position, if I walk towards it, it will adjust up by 1 degree every 69 miles. And we were, remember, it was like 15 miles or 10 degrees low or 15 degrees, wherever it was in the south. And I realized, oh, I bet you we're 790 miles from the pole, because you could just figure that out by how many times do I need to go towards the sun till it, sorry, was it 15 degrees, but by going towards it, it's going to lift. And every time it lifts 69 miles, you would do it 10 times. It would lift 690 times, or 690 miles you'd travel. And that's where the South Pole is. Because what that would do is raise that sun to 25 degrees. And then what would that move the 35 degrees behind me to? 25 degrees. There's only one place on the earth that would allow the sun to go around you and stay at the same height the whole time. That is the North and South Pole. And that is what we saw, 15 degrees and 35. But now I can infer from that there's a South Pole. We know the South Pole's there. Flat Earth wants to keep pretending that it might not be.
No, compasses must be pretending that it ain't there too. I'm just saying, if you know the South Pole is real, you can debunk us with a damn compass, man. But why won't they do it, y'all? You can end the whole South Pole shit with a simple compass. They can go to the South Pole with a compass and show us. They ain't gonna do it.
Which is them creating a paradoxical.
What up? Let me read the chat real quick. I see some activity. L Boogie. What about the flat earth model and the UN headquarters? Why won't they bring that up? I don't know. I don't know, L Boogie. Thank you, man. I don't know.
World where we have a North Pole, and underneath it, we have a North Celestial Pole. Underneath it, we have a North Pole. We have a South Celestial Pole, which is exactly 180 degrees from the North Celestial Pole. What's below it? Flat Earthers will never answer that because it completely destroys the model. You can't say there's a South Pole because on a flat map, everywhere is the South Pole. The South Pole is in all directions and everywhere. So
this man is stupid as hell because Jeran knows the flat Earth model, but he got to misrepresent it on purpose. Like that should make, and he wonder why he's losing trust with so many people. It's one thing to become a globe earther, but to now act like you never were a flat earther is bananas, bro. What the fuck they do to you? Like, you know what we say. We say that there is no South Pole, it's just a South Ring. He know the model, but you can't even debunk it honestly. You gotta misrepresent it like all the other globalists, even though you was one of us, bro, so you know the model. You would think if I'm debating Jeran, he won't misrepresent the flat earth model because he know it. He was one of us. But bro, this is some real suspicious shit. Like, out of all the globe earthers that I would debate, the last one I would expect to misrepresent the model would be Jeran, nigga, because you was a flat earther. You know what the hell we teach about it. It's like you're reading off the typical globe earth script.
My question to you, Austin, is with this, I get what you're saying, where you're saying, well, no, you're just claiming that you don't know how a flat model works. So at what point do we throw the flat model away if we've now falsified it, technically, in the way that at least...
We throw it away when we find the curve. Simple. You throw the flat earth away when you stop measuring it flat. I swear, when Jeran stopped measuring it flat, I'll throw it away on national TV. I'm throwing it away. Jeran, when you stop measuring it flat, I'll throw it away. I'll throw it away.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay?
That's when I'll throw it away. When you say there is curvature on Earth because I measured the curve. Your explanations about the stars ain't gonna get over this measurement that we measured flat.
I've measured it flat.
I don't know why Jeran wanna ridicule us and taking explanations over measurements, man. That's right. But it's not gonna happen. I'm too smart for that. Your insults and all your begging ain't gonna get me to go with your explanations over measurements, man. Jeran literally got to go and debunk his own measurements for me to give away flat earth, not explain a bunch of stuff about the stars to me. That's where I'm at with it.
It's the map that you don't ascribe to. But do you understand that there's no other map ever coming? That there's no other. The AE map is the continents laid out correctly, with the tropics laid out correctly, with the equator laid out correctly. Those are not movable because they're not man-made. They are features of the place that we live. The sun further south, Tropic Capricorn, furthest north, Cancer, and the equator is where it's above on the equinox. So my question is, if there's never going to be another map, and the flat Earth map has been falsified, then what is your hope by staying a flat earther?
But see, the flat earth ain't based on a map. It's based upon going outside with measurements.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay.
It ain't based upon what the sun doing over a map that don't even have the sun and moon over. Let me show y'all how deceptive Jeran is. This is the AE map. Do you see a sun and moon on it? Jeran put a sun and moon on a map that wasn't even scaled for a sun and moon. Everybody know that every map is scaled to a size for whatever purpose is used for. Right? This map ain't scaled to give you any celestial data. Why? It is an AE map. Now how the sun, listen, it's the azimuth equidistant map. It's showing you about how the magnetic ley lines is split up on the earth. How the azimuth points that we shoot when we're using compasses are laid around the North Pole. All of the azimuth points point to the North Pole. They don't point to the south. Jeran know that. Jeran know if he had a compass, ain't nobody shooting in azimuth based upon the South Pole. That's right. I don't care where you at on Earth, you're shooting your azimuth point with the reference point being the central pole, because the azimuths represent all of these angles that you see coming around from that central pole. No matter where you at on Earth, you're gonna be angled in one of these directions, and all of these directions are born from a monopole in the center. So the AE map literally debunks the globe with azimuth equidistant projection points and how compasses work. But what Jeran do, he take this map and put a sun over it and say, well, the sun is not in this continent at that time and that time. But guess what? The curve ain't in this place at the time it's supposed to be there. When I go outside and look for your curve and try to measure your curve, the curve ain't there where it's supposed to be at. So why would I believe in the curve? It ain't there. Why would I believe in the boogeyman if I look under my bed and I don't see him now? That, as a child, that ought to get over your fears of the boogeyman, right? That's right. We gonna cut the light on. We gonna look under the bed. He ain't there. He's in your damn mind, son. It's your belief that's scaring you, making it real. But every time we look under the bed, ain't no boogeyman now. Now, Jeran believe in a curve, but every time we go out there and try to find it, guess what happened?
I've measured it flat. 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 I've measured it flat.
Introduce.
Okay, this is the beach.
Where do you think, what's going to happen? How could that ever be answered? It would have to be, number one, we create a new map, which is impossible because the continents are laid out correctly. That's the AE map. Or we figure out there's a magic formula.
Okay, either we create a new map. Why? Here's the dagger. You just said that the continents are laid out correctly on an AE map. If the continents are laid out correctly on a flat Earth AE map, show me how that would translate to a globe. Because if, according to Jeran, the continents are laid out correctly on an AE map so he can make his little point right, then they would be laid out incorrectly on the globe model, right? That's right. You see, and I wonder if that's why Witsit face, because Witsit kind of, his face was like, oh, you know, when he said that, Witsit face changed. And I wonder if Witsit thinking like me. Like, bro, you sound stupid as hell. You just admitted that the continents are perfect on the flat earth AE map. So all the debates that we're having with globalists about flight paths and how planes can reach certain destinations was bullshit. Because now they're admitting that the continents was right the whole damn time. You can't make this up.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You know how many debates that I've had with globe earthers that tell me the continents ain't even right on the AE map? Flight paths can't work on a flat earth because the continents ain't right. Jeran just said the continents are right so he can make his point. The amount of double talk is at such a high. Is at such a high.
Of repeating suns and duplicating suns. So is that really what you're hoping for, is some sort of miracle? Or do you understand that you'll never explain it? Because it hasn't been explained in hundreds of years, if not thousands.
Okay. Lot. You said a lot, right? So
we can take it slow. I just want to know, what is your, do you acknowledge that in the north right now, today at 80 degrees north, they would be seeing the inverse and the complete opposite of what we saw?
Yes, it certainly seems that way. Now, I mean, you know, we did one trip and we saw one location, but it was pretty close to matching. Like, I don't even think it actually matched perfectly some of the elevation angles, but, you know, pretty close. Sure. But here's the thing, right? For one, it's like, how are we even determining what is the opposite? Like, what are we talking about right now, right? We're talking about a model. And so you're bringing up the AE map. The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this projection. If you're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same positioning to observe the sun at all as the AE map, because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. And this isn't just some like way to get out of it. It's very important. It's very important to understand a model. And so you're bringing up the AE map. The AE map uses the same fictitious observer in the center that the globe does. You actually have to just assume the center of a globe, use a fictitious observer, and then look at the sky, and you're actually going to map out this projection. If you're talking about the South Pole, if I were to take the center point and move it over 5 or 10 degrees, now everything changes drastically, right? We don't even have the same positioning to observe the sun at all as the AE map, because it's just a projection. They both have fictitious observers. And this isn't just some like way to get out of it. It's very important. It's very important to understand that these are just maps and projections and models that use fictitious observers and assumptions for convenience sake. We then did this over the course of time, and now we have like generally what we observe matches our map or our model. And you keep saying, like, you keep bringing up the AE map as if like I'm supposed to answer for that. And then you say, well, were you expecting to have some other, for one, if you wanted to play the projection game, you can move stuff around and get a bipolar. If you take that away from the South and move it in, you get like a bipolar projection. And you would say, well, then how would this work on the bipolar? And you're going to try to critique it. Well, they're all just projections. I don't reify and treat any of those as if they're real. I know that they're not. They're just projections, and they all have issues, and you make consistent refractive corrections. And this is very important because this kind of got lost with the first one. We're talking about the refractive conditions required for, let's say, celestial navigation, for CELNAV. You have to use planar corrections, actual empirical measurements, then correct to even try to get the refraction. And you don't just use like Snell's law. We use planar measurements to then correct, and we can't even actually use this 1 degree per 69 miles, which is such a slam dunk for the globe. It's the complete opposite. That doesn't actually happen in reality. And then to try to make the corrections for refraction, we don't use like typical refraction. We then actually have to account for planar geometry to even do it. Right. So, and then that kind of spills right over to, well, then we definitely can't have a situation where when we look at the star and we see the position of it in relation to a mountaintop, if we take a planar geometry measurement to that, as soon as the star is occulted by the mountain, we're like, okay, because this is what this is all about. You're talking about This proves the Earth's a globe because the sun's right here, right? And it's based on the position on the globe. It's the same thing. Celestial observation. I see the star go behind the mountain. It gets occulted. I immediately take the time, right? And then if I go into Solarium, and you brought that up, well, that's just like a globe. Why are you using that? That's the whole point. We're using the globe to see what the actual prediction should be, right? To falsify it. And it uses the same fictitious central observer again. But like, when we're on top of that mountaintop, we look at the time, it matches the perfect planar geometry measurement. Meaning if I'm on a flat Earth and I stand right here, I look at a mountain, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and I take an angle to the top of that mountain. If I go stay on top of that mountain, then take another measurement to that star, it'll actually make a straight line all the way down from star to mountain to observer, right? It'll come down and basically complete part of a triangle. And there's a specific angle that the flat Earth would predict. The globe Earth predicts something completely different. It would be much lower. It's on a globe. And it matches the flat Earth prediction every time consistently. Right? What?
Stellarium is right when it tells you what the angle would be from the mountain.
Yes. The thing is that we're talking about the input, the one measurement you're making is the actual observer. The observer is making that measurement. What's the time that the star is occulted by that mountain? And then we're going to compare that. It makes a perfectly straight line where it wouldn't on a globe. And so what all the globe proponents have been trying to do is claim refraction, trying to find out any way they can to claim refraction. And they can't with this though, because it's occulted. It isn't there. It's not even there to talk about, to invoke refraction. It's not even applicable. So the sky doesn't help like if we act like these always just get thrown under the rug. These are like major problems. So we're claiming the globe is a physical geometry changing our physical positioning, and that's why we see the sky the way we do. Then how come whenever we start to get down where hyperbolic visual space would be expected to converge, that's what we see. We can't use the globe, or we can't even navigate. Then we try to make corrections. We have to use plane measurements, plane trig, plane geometry to even make the corrections for the refraction that we're presupposing. So this is a major problem for the globe. And this, I want to hit something meta, and I'm going to give it back to you. This is the meta part here, right? That because this is what I don't understand, right? I believe you that you're saying you don't understand how I'm still a flat earther. You don't get it. I went there with you, and how do I not see it? And you think that, I'm not stupid. You don't get it. This is how
you know something I don't.
Okay. Well, how I feel though, right? Is like, I don't understand how, if there is an entire list of refutations, geometric refutations that need to be addressed, if I come over here and I see something that we previously just didn't have access to, that was the issue. We didn't have reliable access to it. That's how we felt. So that we went and verified it. How am I going to see that and then be like, okay, wow, I don't really know exactly how that would work on a flat Earth. And then somehow it just nullifies the whole other list, because what you're
Right, man. Common sense will say, if I measured it flat,
I've measured it flat,
I'm not just going to throw away my proof and measurements based upon an observation that I should. Because think about what Jeran said. Jeran said, if flat earthers were honest, they wouldn't just say it's all fake. They would actually be happy we went, and they would use it to correct their model. But now Jeran is mad at Witsit because he won't just abandon the flat earth model. And Witsit is saying, no, I'm going to correct my model. Okay, Witsit is saying, I never really was sure how the sky worked, but I know how the ground worked, and guess what? We measured it flat.
I've measured it flat.
Witsit is saying, just because I saw something in the sky that I was wrong about ain't gonna make me cancel out the thing that I was right about. That's right! Common sense. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and even Jeran said that earlier. You're saying, right? You're saying, you're bringing up the appeal to incredulity. And if we just do that, what are we just going to sit here forever? Because what I'm saying is, you're saying it can't be true because you don't understand how it could be true, which is an appeal to incredulity. And you're saying, well, then we're just going to sit here and not know how stuff works forever. Apply that same thing to your side. When I ask you about the star, it's going to be, we don't know how it works. It's going to be, think about the long list of refutations of the globe. Currently, your response to all of them is going to be like, I don't know how it works. Right. And soon as a flat earther say, well, we don't know how that works. You dumb flat earthers, then the earth is a globe. Well, we don't have to explain how everything works right in the world. We just got to prove that the ground ain't curving. That's right. Let me give a shout out to Ananya Anushka. Thank you so much for that donation.
Well, I don't know
Right.
any. I mean, so you're telling me there's observations that you just said that it doesn't work that we do 69 miles. But let me just say this. So if you know,
Yo, let me give a shout out to Dan Tanner. What's up? Much love, Dan Tanner. Said, what's up, bro? I guess those people forgot that the earth got hills and mountains which do exist on flat surfaces. Thank you for the donation once again, Dan Tanner.
know what your degree of latitude means, right? So if we're talking about the difference between 42 degrees and 32 degrees, we know that that's 10 degrees. And so we know that that is the distance between those two locations would be 690 miles. So are you saying that if we measured it, it wouldn't work out? I don't understand how you can say it doesn't work, yet it's how the world is mapped.
No, I'm saying that generally speaking, that relationship is somewhat accurate. We're actually using planar geometry to even do it. And if you were to go into the real world and try to let's just assume there's a globe and it's one degree per 69 miles, and I'm actually like, oh, look, it's kind of cloudy up above me, but I see some stars that are like 10, 15 degrees above the horizon. If I actually start navigating using that, I will not be able to do it. If I assume the Earth's a globe, it won't work. And that's a major problem because
I think you're
this
taking
side
away
would
from-
predict that.
Think about this. If Witsit assumed the earth was a globe and tried to navigate by the stars, he'll get lost. But globalists tell you when they're navigating, they just assume they're on a flat earth. Tell me something now. Come on, people, talk to me now. Talk to me, people. Everything the globalists do in the real world is assuming they're on a stationary flat earth. That's how the globalists move in the real world. If a flat earther tried to go outside and assume that he was on a globe, he wouldn't even be able to navigate. He would get lost, nothing to work. But the globalists go outside and assume that they're on a flat earth and everything works.
Stupid.
Some ought to sink in if you're a globalist right now.
My
That's how they
prediction
sailed-
would
that's
be
how they
that.
sailed boats. That's how they sailed boats. That's how they found the South Pole. That's how they found the North Pole. Everything that they've done is through the stars, and you're just throwing it away and saying, "Oh, we can't. We wouldn't."
And guess what? The people that found these poles through the stars were flat earthers. That's right. They were flat earthers. This is crazy.
Get anywhere, we wouldn't actually be accurate. But that's how
No,
we,
no. I'm saying, yes, there's no doubt that we have a well-established relationship between the sky and how we navigate. Like no one can dispute that.
Okay.
But the point is like, why? Why is it the way that it is? Why do we see it the way it is?
Because the earth is flat, not a globe. That's why when globalists are navigating the earth, they assume that it's flat and stationary. That's right. And when flat earthers are navigating the earth, we assume that it's flat and stationary too. Now make that make sense. If a flat earther tried to navigate the earth assuming they were on a globe, they'll get lost. And that's why the globalists don't even buy their own bullshit in the real world. They assume they're on a flat plane.
Why are we able to use it reliably? You're saying it's because it's a globe. We're physically changing our angle, our orientations, making the stars look different, right? That's the claim. But in reality, that doesn't match the evidence. I'm saying, well, we're on a plane, and the way that we see is not in these perfect, infinite straight lines. That is factually not true. We can even disprove it with railroad tracks. So we would expect there to be a pretty solid relationship right in the middle, the little sweet spot, until we get to the extremities where it's going to then converge and become logarithmic. That's literally what we see. With curved visual space is what we see.
I just
We mapped
measured
it out. We mapped it out, is what I'm saying. It's reliable because we mapped it out. There's no doubt that's how we see the sky. The debate is about why do we see the sky that way?
Yeah, I get you. Because I just measured from 20 degrees to 30 degrees, and it's exactly 687 miles, which is what you would expect, 69 times 10. And then what I'm saying is, so those two are not within the refraction zone, being at 20 and 30 degrees. So what you could do is then just move here and do it again for another 10 degrees, do it again for another 10 degrees, and you would keep going until you've done 24,901. That's the whole sphere. You're saying at some point that would break down. That's a paradox. Where does it break down? Where does it fall apart? Where does the Earth stop conforming to being a sphere? Because it does everywhere else. Just like, so the next thing I wanted to get into, and that's
Jeran said, where do the earth stop conforming to being a sphere? apparently at Monterey Bay, because this is Jeran proving that it's a flat earth at Monterey Bay. Jeran has got amnesia overnight. That's why I said Jeran, the new Jeran, need to debate the old Jeran. The new Jeran need to debate. The new Jeran need to pull up all of his old flat earth videos and debate himself. Because it's like he got amnesia now. He's saying, well, when does the earth not conform to a sphere? Obviously, it didn't at your Monterey Bay mirror observation, and you want to ignore all that. What kind of man do all these experiments and then act like they don't exist when they go to the other side? Wouldn't it be an honest man to debunk your previous experiments when you were a flat earther? That's right! You know you can't debunk your old self. You're de-evolving as a being.
That's just
Well, wait up though. Like, I want to bring up a flat Earth evidence.
Okay.
This man talking about when does the earth don't conform to a sphere. You measured it flat, bro. Come on now.
There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Okay? Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 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 end to end. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 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 end to end. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level is level is level level is level everywhere on that sphere. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay? Okay? Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile. Think about a Home Depot, it's not a mile long. 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 25,000 Home Depots, end to end, 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 end to end. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level everywhere on that sphere. Level is level is level is level level is level everywhere on that sphere.
Because, like, realistically, the star being occulted by the mountain is not answered, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that's a kind of a new thing that I think that people are working through right now. I don't fully understand it because of the fact that you're using stellarium, which is giving you the curved Earth angles, correct? It's not giving you flat Earth angles, it's giving you curved Earth angles, but you're saying you're taking a location from where stellarium is not even talking about. You're further back than that, right? Stellarium is just telling you where the mountain top to the star is. Is that correct?
Yeah,
and then
yes.
You're drawing your location back here and saying, oh, now if we draw an angle to that mountain top. Right, so you're kind of adding something that stellarium is not accounting for.
Well, that's the whole point, is like the one measurement you're taking is you're standing there, you're looking at the star, you're looking at the mountain. Once the star is occulted by the mountain, boom, write the time down. Okay.
So why wouldn't refraction come into play? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Because, okay, well, now the star's occulted. We're accounting for the position of the star once we're not even seeing it. It's occulted. So how are we going to say the position of the star is just because it's being refracted? It's not. It's about an
occultation. Be somewhere. So when we see the sun set, they say that it's actually still above the horizon, right? It's gone, but it's still there, or whatever. You know, it's always somewhere about a half a degree off of where we think. So that would be the same with stars, meaning that if you're counting when a star gets occulted by a mountain, it would make a difference as to where it's refracted to. Is it refracted above the mountain, below the mountain? Is it? I would think that would matter, but it doesn't matter in your case because you're not actually taking any information from the location that you're at. You're just measuring. Stellarium is not taking that into account at all, correct? Am I correct in that? Stellarium doesn't know that you're taking an observation of, it's just telling you from a mountaintop to this star, this is the angle, correct? That's correct. That's what Stellarium's telling you. And then you're saying, well, if we step back further and measure to that mountain, then it matches a planar angle. And does that, I guess where I'm confused is that then matches Stellarium or doesn't?
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match.
Who's saying that it's a planar angle, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not Stellarium.
No, this is the issue. It doesn't match the globe.
You know, facts knits the dark fingers.
Right? The globe claims that the 69.
He should know all the rebuttals, so he should know what not to even bring up and argue. It's like, it's so obvious that he took the bag and sold out. It's not a genuine transition, because if it was a, if it was a genuine transition, he wouldn't be regurgitate all the scripted out arguments that all of the globies been saying for the past 10 years. Jeran been debating globe earthers for the past 10 years, and now he's repeating everything. What happened to where now you're parroting? It'll look genuine if you was like changing the narrative for the globies. It's so crazy because you know what flat earthers teach about flat earth, but you still acting like you want a flat earther. Like, where's the South Pole on the flat earth? Bro, you got videos breaking down that it ain't no South Pole and that it's a South Ring. That's why I'm saying your shift, your jump isn't genuine. It's not genuine because you acting stupid. You just acting weird. Like it's like, who are you? You acting like you was never one of us. You're doing the same thing all the other globalists do. But you ain't all the other globalists. You was one of us. You don't have to play dumb about the South Pole. You don't have to play dumb about certain stuff. I expect the globalists, they didn't look into flat earth. But you researched flat earth for the past 10 years. And you acting like you don't know what we say about the South Pole. That's an act, right? You acting like that. You're an actor right now. IMDb having ass.
9 miles per degree is a physical, like a real physical effect. We're physically tipping away. It's not an optical effect, it's not an apparent effect, it's a physical effect. We're physically moving, right? Sure. So, okay, well, the star gets occulted by the mountain, and then if the fact that we can connect that observation with a perfect straight line, right, shows that there isn't a physical effect of 69 miles per degree because of globe geometry. It can't be. And the flat Earth prediction is exactly what it's supposed to be, but the globe is significantly different.
Right. Not only is the flat earth predicting that the ground ain't gonna ball up like their spherical geometry says it should, when they're navigating above the ground and on it, they assume it's flat. When they building bridges, they assume it's flat. When they doing any kind of rocket shooting, they just assume they're over the flat earth and it's stationary. So all of the way they treat reality is based upon what flat earthers say about it. But yet they say, nope, but it's still a globe. It's the dumbest shit ever. This is the biggest cult ever. Like, this Freemasonic cult started in Egypt, man. It went way around the world. Go look at Eric Dubé video about the history of flat earth, the 2025 remastered.
Default, everyone just always says refraction to everything. So that's all that they say. And you said it's kind of a new thing. Well, it's been months, right? And the globes just keep on trying to find different ways to say somehow it is refraction, but it's not actually optical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was funny at me to the beginning, because this is when I was answering everybody about we don't look at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth, and then 2 weeks later, this celestial theodolite comes out, which is looking at lights in the sky to figure out the shape of the ground. So I just kind of dismissed it on its face, and I guess I'll look into it a little bit more. But I guess I still want to go back to what you said, because it still doesn't make sense to me. Why couldn't we just measure in 10-degree segments on the Earth to stay away from this?
Oh, you can. But
so we would calculate, and that would come out to 24,901.
That doesn't. But you're saying why can't we just avoid the part that falsifies the presupposition that we're on a globe? Because I don't want to. Because I'm bringing up that it falsifies the globe. You know, like.
Right, but if there's refraction, that's why we're not taking those angles, because they'll be off. So if we just take the angles that we can see, this, say from 15 to 80 or 90, well, that is sufficient to get us to the shape of the Earth.
But they use empirically derived formulas to correct the stars, so that they use actual observations with planar geometry to actually make the corrections with cell nav, which is not the same as like Snell's law, like refraction. They actually have to use planar geometry to try to make these corrections. And you're just. I will say it is somewhat baffling that you're able to just default to.
No, I'm not able to default
so comfortably now.
No, it's not that it's so comfortable. It's that they have an explanation that has been measured and does show to be the case. I've seen examples of refraction myself, but here's what I want to go back to. If people understand that the latitude that you're at is your angle to Polaris, there is no getting around that. If you measure your angle to Polaris tonight from wherever you're at, it will be your latitude. So if we know then that somebody at 45 is going to see Polaris at 45 degrees and that somebody at 35 is going to see it at 35 degrees, then we just need to measure the distance between a person at 35 and 45, and guess what you'll get? 690 miles every single time, because the Earth is a sphere and it works as in a linear fashion like that, or I don't know what you would call that, in a very equal action like that. Every 69 miles, 1 degree. And that's how we have the whole Earth is mapped. Now, I want to ask...
it's calculated. It's a calculative presupposition based on the actual astronomical latitude.
How is it a presupposition if it's the measurement of miles?
Yeah,
it's not a measurement. You measure one. Okay.
But I'm saying I just think if we measured...
That's the time of like open?
That's the open cross exam time.
Yeah.
That's really short.
30 minutes has been completed.
Yeah,
schedule number 2. I guess schedule number 2, we'll have some other stuff. Because I had some other things I wanted to show people. But I do think, Austin, one thing that, and maybe I'll find something specific for you, but I think that you need to watch my show. I get it. I do too many live streams. You don't want to watch it. I get it. But it's also the same thing that every other flat earther's done. So all I see is people running around saying, we don't understand what Jeran's doing. We don't understand. But I've literally done an entire series, an unplugged series of 12 episodes where I went through every single evidence and every single piece and explained it thoroughly. So if people don't understand my position, or why do I just accept refraction?
You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to go through, I'm going to review his whole series. I'm going to do it on flat power. And I'm going to go through it and review it.
Because once I saw that the south operates as the globe calls for, and then we saw the sun setting right to left in the south. So that immediately, let me give one example because I think it's my best proof that nobody's been able to, come up with an answer for. And I didn't even know this. I've never heard a glober say it. But everybody who's in the north, when you look at a sunrise or sunset, so I'm talking about looking east or west only, not north, not south. We're looking at sunrise or sunset. The sun will rise left to right and it will set left to right in the north for every single person every day of the year, no matter what. End of story. In the south, they see the opposite thing. Okay, so every single sunrise for every single person in the south for every day of the year goes right to left, and every single sunset goes right to left. When we were in Punta Arenas, we saw the sunset severely right to left, way different than we've ever seen before. The sun's never done that to any of us in our lives, because the south is the inverse of the north. Now, get this. This is the paradox of flat Earth. Can an item that's going in one direction be seen by two people looking in the same direction to be going in opposite directions? And I know it sounds convoluted, but if you have two people in the north and the south both looking west at the same sunset, we're talking about the same sunset, can they see it going in opposite directions if the Earth is flat? How would that be possible, right? So you'd have a sun going around, and you'd have people south and north looking west. The sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat Earth that there'll ever be, it'll go to the right. But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing. Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sunset?
Here's the thing, right? The sky is more complicated than flat earthers or globe earthers know. If globe earthers knew so much about the sky than flat earthers, why is their whole mapping of the sky still based upon ancient systems? You know that the Greeks never remapped the sky, right? You know that all of the software we use that's making predictions about the heavens is still based upon the Mayans and the Vedics. And even they admit that these people have the most accurate systems. Come on now. The Dogon was making predictions about the dog star way before the Greeks came onto the scene, man. So having a conversation about which model can make the best predictions of the sky, which models can explain the nature of the heavens, is shooting yourself in the foot, because y'all scientists admit No one knew more about the heavens than the Mayans, the Olmecs, the Egyptians, and all those ancient flat earthers. It's a double talk. But y'all, see, one thing about a liar have to give so many explanations in their life that it is impossible for the liar to remember everything he said before to explain his way out the lie. So he will contradict himself often. Drop a 1 if you know what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Right to left in Punta. If you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right. So imagine that. We're in the south, watching the sun go left. They're in the north, watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat earth. How?
Well, guess what? They saying that that's because the Coriolis effect, right? But here's the thing. That's not true. When you flush a toilet in the north or the south, it just go randomly. Hurricanes, all that. And for that model, they saying, well, the stars even go in the opposite direction too. Well, check it out. The stars may be, but your model require everything to do that. That's one point. Another point is the ancestors had an explanation for how the sky rotate in different directions, but they don't want to pull that up, y'all. Like, I can show y'all. Hold on a second. The ancients had an explanation, apparently, if y'all still using their systems today. Anything you can bring up where you can say, well, the globe can explain this, but you can't explain it. He can explain that, but you can't. Okay, let's see who can prove what. Now, the flat earthers can prove that the ground ain't balling up. But the globe earthers can explain how this can work on a theoretical globe model. But why I say theoretical? Because it ain't been proven. But they will validate it by saying, well, this can be explained on our theoretical model. That can be explained. That can be explained on my model. I can make a model of life right now that could explain pink elephants. It's still an explanation and not a proof or a fact. And what the globe earthers have to do is shift the debate into the realm of explanations versus who can prove what the hell they talking about. You make a claim, you give me proof and evidence, not a bunch of damn explanations. And the world will accept the beautiful, intricate, delicate, eloquent, complex explanations over just some simple, boring ass evidence and proof. I gotta keep shout out to Retton. What's good, bro? How you doing, man? Yeah. The world will accept the complex explanations over just a nigga slamming some boring proof down and he didn't say nothing. Think of how boring this is, right? You got one guy on the left. He comes in with a suit on, articulating himself nice. He ain't fumbling over his words, but all he giving you is explanations. And then there's a guy on the right. He dressed like a street dude, and he ain't talking like that. He ain't even eloquent. He's saying, look, man, just look at this right here. Here go my proof, my evidence. And the courts lock him up, even though he got proof. Even though he got evidence, they lock him up because the dude in the suit just so charming. I mean, he's so eloquent. He talks so good. He looks smart. That's how the flat earthers are losing in this court. It ain't that we don't got evidence or proof. When you have evidence and proof, you tend to say, well, fuck it. I don't got to do a lot of talking. I don't got to do a lot of convincing. I don't got to do a lot of persuading. I don't got to do a lot of explaining myself. And in this world, that ain't acceptable. This world want all that. But unfortunately, the thing for this world is that if a person got truth, proof, and evidence, they don't got to give you all that, man. That's right. If I was a judge in the court and one of the people was looking good, dressed good, best cologne, and got some foul fire-ass explanations. But the other dude over there, scraggly hair, tennis shoes on, we had to tell him to take his hat off in the courtroom. But he do got proof and evidence for what he's saying now. But the court gonna say, fuck your proof and evidence, because you look at how ghetto you is. You ain't even carrying yourself right. Where's your beautiful explanations like this guy in the suit? This guy know how to explain himself so well. And you say, well, Your Honor, I just got proof and evidence that I'm telling you the truth. He's lying. But your truth and evidence, it just don't come off as adequate as that man's complex explanations. It feels like you're getting more from the man with the suit on. It feels like I'm getting more from him. He's so eloquent, he's talk good, and look at all of his equations. And look at his, and it'll just make folks say, even though we measure the earth flat and treat it like it's flat, we're gonna all agree and believe that it's a globe because we've been charmed by the experts. They must know what they talking about. Ain't no way our senses can be right. Ain't no way that proof and that evidence gonna take precedence over these beautiful explanations. That's where the world at right now.
How could you have two people looking the same direction, have a sun going in two opposite directions? Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that says.
Jaron, do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on. I want to make like a meta point though that I feel like everyone wants to say, since you kind of got that off. Give me like a 30-second thing and then we'll move on. Whatever. This is the issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again. Okay. It's like we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires affirming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified the AE model. I get all that. It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric reputations of why flat earth is a thing in the first place.
Right. And Jeran know that I'm not going to throw my measurements away because I can't explain how the stars rotate, man.
I measured it flat.
I can prove that the ground don't curve. Now, if you can go outside and prove without a shadow of a doubt that the ground ain't curving, why would you throw that proof away just because you can't explain something about the sky? When then nobody got to be able to explain every fucking thing about reality. Everybody knows something that they can bring to the table. And these people are saying, well, hey, here go our little experiment where we did. We proved that the earth is flat and that spherical geometry is bullcrap. Now we all can take that and go and prove some other stuff. Now let's see how this worked, how that worked. Instead of them saying, well, they did prove that the ground don't curve, they saying, but explain how the sky worked. Where's your explanation for this? Your explanation for that? Where's your explanation for that? Hey, I don't gotta have all them explanations for none of that. I got proof and evidence that the ground ain't curving. And that's better than any explanation of something that's off the topic of the ground. Facts. This is a form of running and dancing and just trying to get away from the conversation of geometrical measurements, like what Witsit saying right now. And Jeran, he will not deal with none of that. You know why?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
And he don't want to talk about measurements. He know he can't change what he measured. He know if he go back outside tomorrow, he gonna measure it flat. So Jeran said, listen, man, I'm gonna have to really stick to explanations of stars, explanations of the sun, the moon, because I know I can't beat a flat earther with spherical geometry, but that's your proof. That's your proof. If I'm a globalist and I know the earth is a globe, I'm gonna bring this to the debate and pull it up before a flat earther get a chance to. That's right. But these people will admit we treat the earth like it's flat. We fly planes like it's flat. We build bridges like it's flat. We don't account for span. We don't account for curvature. And when y'all try to prove that the earth is a globe, y'all don't even bring the Pythagorean proof. So y'all don't acknowledge no curvature in reality. And you don't even put up the evidence that would prove curvature in a debate. That ain't a red flag. It's because they know there's no curvature. They rather talk about explaining the stars, explain how this star is doing that. A flat earther ain't gotta be an expert at the stars. Pythagorean wasn't even an expert at the stars. His research was based upon ground measurements, and we found out it's bogus research. He didn't measure the earth. Because we going out there debunking this Pythagorean proof. And they don't want to talk about it no more. Now they want to explain the heavens now. Now they want us to be astronomers and astrologers. When this shit first got started, it was all about what the ground doing. Now it's about who can explain the stars the best. And y'all and the whole world gonna just let them shift the narrative like that.
North looking west, the sun's setting, so it would always go to the right. On any flat earth that there'll ever be, it'll go to the right. But we saw it going to the left. Now, here's the crazy thing. Do you know if somebody on the day that we saw the sunset right to left in Punta, if you were in the north, you saw the sun set left to right. So imagine that. We're in the south.
I just didn't see the curve set, though. That's all I'm saying. No flat earther became a flat earther by observing the stars. That's right. They became a flat earther because they was taught this right here in school. And when they grew up, they said, you know what? Let me see if this is true, because these guys called flat earthers are stupid. And they went out there and did experiments and realized, holy shit, the Pythagorean proof is wrong because I'm able to zoom back in on this boat. It should be hidden by curvature. Even Jeran know that. I gotta play it again. I gotta play it again, man. I gotta play it again. I got to.
Show if you want to test it, we'll prove this to you. If this guy actually cared, he would go out and do this test, but he probably won't. Let me share my screen real quick and I'll be done. So this is the cheapest test you can do, also the easiest test. It's just called a mirror test. Okay. So if you do the mirror test, all you need is a camera, a mirror, and 2 people. Okay. And you have somebody go to where there's a body of water. Monterey Bay works great in California. I don't know where else you might want to go, but this body of water across here, let's say we're 25 miles. 25 miles is 104 foot of bulge. If you don't know how big 104 feet is, it's a 10-story building. It's huge. It's like the Jesus Redeemer statue in Brazil, right? That's 100 feet. So in between 2 people 25 miles apart, there's supposed to be 104 foot bulge. Now, if you go out and have this guy hold a mirror, and you have basically the light's going to be coming obviously like this, the light rays are coming down. Oops, sorry, this thing's in the way. There we go. So if the mirror is coming down and it's flashing on this mirror, and then you have somebody with a camera over here who's just looking across the water and trying to pick up the mirror flash. The thing about a mirror flash is it's a line of sight observation, meaning, and you can go do this right now in your front yard. Take a mirror out with your friend, start flashing the sun at them, and then get behind something like a car, garbage can, anything. The second that mirror is occulted, meaning the second that you don't have line of sight to the mirror, you lose all flash. So when you're actually seeing a mirror flash, and you can prove this right now, you will see that it's because you have line of sight between you and the mirror. Now go out to a water 25 miles apart and watch this person zoom in and pick up this person doing the mirror flash. Here's one that they did in Monterey Bay with a P900 infrared. Again, we can show you where the cameras are. Look at this mirror flash. How are you seeing a mirror flash? They're supposed to be 100 foot. No, they're doing 18 miles, I think. So it's like a 60 foot hump, but 60 foot is a 6-story building. How would we be seeing a mirror flash from the other side of the water when there's supposed to be a 60 foot hump in between you? The answer is there is no curvature on Earth. Okay. You might see things that look like, oh, isn't this hidden? No. And actually you can see over here, this is the beach.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, every flat earther became a flat earther because of ground experiments like the mirror test he just showed. Now he telling us to abandon all that experimentation and testing to believe him and a pastor because they could explain the sun better on their model, ignoring the fact that we debunked their model. Now think about this, right? If a killer say, I was never at Chuck E. Cheese on November the 10th, and we got a video of him walking around Chuck E. Cheese on November the 10th, What explanation can he give us to debunk the facts and proof and evidence? That's my question to y'all. The killer can say what he wants, but at the end of the day, no matter how beautiful his explanation was, no matter how persuading and convincing it was, I gotta go back to the boring ass simple evidence that we got of him walking around Chuck E. Cheese. The way they bamboozled the whole world is like a killer in court. We got him on camera at Chuck E. Cheese, but he gives this explanation that's so fucking fire. The court just go to clapping like that was fucking beautiful. That was lovely. He couldn't have been at Chuck E. Cheese, even though we looking at him on the videotape. But the guy gave us a story that was so interesting. It brought a tear to you. Like, it was so creative. He gets free. Fuck the evidence. Because the world have been conditioned to accept glitz and glamour. But the unfortunate thing for the truth is that the truth ain't glitz, it ain't glamour. It's simple and boring. The world don't like simple and boring no more. They like flashy stuff, colorful things. The proof don't offer that. It's so boring. And I tell you this too. Every flat earther, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna speak for all of them, they did not become a flat earther by observing the stars and the moon. They became a flat earther by realizing what we was taught was wrong based upon spherical geometry. If you really wanted to convince flat earthers to cross over to the globe, you would deal with spherical geometry. We telling them what to do to win us over. Either they can or can't do it. These globalists keep begging us to abandon our model and go to the globe. Like a guy trying to get a woman's phone number. She telling him all you gotta do is take me on a nice date. And he won't do it, but he still want the woman to give him the number. The flat earthers ain't saying that they won't go on a date with you. She ain't turning you down. She's challenging your capabilities. If you're able to take me on a nice date, I can give you the time of day. I'm not being stubborn or bougie or big-headed. I'm making a requirement because I'm not just going to do what you're saying for nothing. I do something for you, you do something for me. What the flat earthers are telling the globalists, hey man, if you want me to cross over to the globe, show me the globe, show me the curve. Don't explain to me about the nature of the stars and the sun. So if the woman say, take me out on a nice date, that don't mean get a cheap hotel room. Fulfill my requirements. Why? You can do it. It's possible. You got it. You got this. If the earth is a globe, you should be able to prove it. You should be able to show me the curve. That's right. And then you'll win me over. But you're trying to win me over with something I didn't ask you for. So just like that woman that said, take me on a nice date, she ain't gonna fuck with you because you said, look, I just got a room at the Motel 6. She told you what her requirement was. Either you can do it or you can't. But if you can't do it, quit calling me. Leave me the hell alone, man. That's right. I told you what it's gonna take to win me over. Either you can do it or you can't. You said that the earth is a globe. I said, show me the curve. That's like a woman. Nigga, you said you was a baller. She said, take her on a nice date. She didn't say get a cheap hotel room. You said you had money. Show her the money then. Or leave her alone, man. Or quit talking about the money. Quit talking about the curve if you can't show it to me. That's right. Because I'm going to hold you to it. And I hope you women living by that standard too. Nigga talking about what he got because he want to get some attention from you. Say, man, show me that shit. You talking about the curve. And this is what you got to do to make me believe you. Simply show me the curve. See, because what a slick talking nigga will do to a woman, he will talk about having money. But when she say, show me the money, he'll show her everything but the money. He'll say, look at my Instagram. Look at all these followers I got. You know I'm balling. I don't know that. He'll say, look at these shoes. These is Gucci. You know I got money. He'll say, look at this ring right here. You telling me I'm broke? Man, show me the actual money. Niggas can save up for jewelry and shoes, and they can work at Walmart. A woman that knows something gonna say, bro, I see all that, but I need to see this money. That's right. You talking money, you need to pull out one of them big knots. And see, a woman that's about her shit gonna say, that nigga I ain't fucking, he got to show me something. You said you got it, show it. You said the earth is a curve, show the curve. And you can't show me nothing else. You got to show me what you just said. You claim that shit, right? So if they say, well, the earth is curving, show me the curve. Well, now I can explain to you how the sun works. No, I can explain to you how the moon works. Bitch, show me the curve. You said it's curving. Well, I got a lot of money. Well, show me the money. Well, I can explain to you how I bought this ring. I can explain to you who my daddy is, because he's so famous. You see my last name is Jackson, right? I'm part of the Jackson family. Man, show me the money. You showing me everything. You got a lot of explanations for why I should believe you rich, but you ain't showed me no money, man. Now, you got a lot of explanations why the earth should be a ball, but you ain't showed me the curve, man. All you got to do is show me the curve. I'll quit saying it's flat. But you won't do that. You keep talking to me about the sun, the moon. Let me explain how Saturn works. Let me explain about how it... Explain to me how the curve that you said at the earth doing work. I ain't falling for the game. I'm from the streets, bro. It's common sense. If you got money, pull out a band right now. Pull out 5 bands right now. That's how we do in my hood. I don't know about y'all. You can't come to my hood talking about some shit and not showing it. And you ain't finna explain other shit to try to convince us of what you just claimed. You better show us what you said, and ain't nothing else gonna work. You know, I be getting all these women every day. Call one of them up and talk to them right now. Call 5 different women up right now and let me hear you talk to them. Well, but let us see, I can explain, see, how no, fuck all the explanations. Show me what you got. If you from St. Louis, I know you ain't falling for this globe shit. You from the show me state. Missouri? I don't want all the explanations that's gonna convince me to believe you are who you say you are. Just show me something. And you can save all them explanations, man. All you had to do was show me the curve. We could have been past all this shit. We going through all this just because y'all can't show us the curve that you said there. Now we got to go through explanations about the stars and the sun and Antarctica and all this other goofy shit. When y'all proof is supposed to be spherical geometry based on what the ground doing.
Watching the sun go left, they're in the north watching the sun go right. That's a paradox on a flat earth. How could you have 2 people looking the same direction, have a sun going in 2 opposite directions? Well, the reason is there is a shape that would call for that to happen. There's a shape that says...
Jaron, do you want me to submit that question to Austin? Austin, do you want to answer that question real quick before we move on to the next segment?
Well, I'm ready to move on. I want to make like a meta point though that I feel like everyone wants to say, since you kind of got that off. Give me like a 30-second thing and then we'll move on. Whatever. This is the issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again. Okay. It's like we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires affirming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified a model. I get all that. It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric refutations of why flat earth is a thing in the first place. That is my point. That is my point, though. You would have to then diligently, logically, go provide sufficient rebuttals to all of those geometric refutations, or it doesn't matter what you're still stuck with.
What happened to falsification is independent of replacement?
That's my point. That's my point.
What do you mean?
Right?
Didn't you say I have to replace those things? thought you were saying I have to do that.
No, I'm saying you actually have to address the geometric refutations, not replace anything. You're asking us to replace
second.
the globe explanation. Wait, you're asking us to replace the globe explanation, or it must be a globe. That's what you're doing. I'm saying we falsified the globe explanation over here with like 100 things, and then you're just selectively, you have selective amnesia.
No,
Damn right. Damn right. Selective amnesia.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
And now you forgot you measured it flat? How the fuck you forgot your measurements? Because you got an explanation of how the sun does. But this is some real disingenuous shit.
Point. That's my point.
What do you mean?
Right?
You're didn't you say I have to replace those things? I thought you were saying I have to do that.
No, I'm saying you actually have to address the geometric refutations, not replace anything. You're the geometric refutations of why 30-second thing.
The geometric refutations is based upon
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
you gotta address that. You just can't abandon the flat earth model after measuring it flat. Just because you can explain, you got a good explanation of how the sun work on a globe earth, but the globe just got debunked with proof and evidence. You can't revive it with explanations.
And then we'll move on, whatever. This
I'll
is
give
the
you-
issue.
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again. Okay. It's like we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires us affirming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reified the AE model. I get all that. It doesn't.
You know what'll be a crazy scenario, y'all? What if AI gets so smart that it develops a moral compass and it annihilate the evil motherfuckers that created it? What if AI starts saying, you know what? And when it starts policing the world and shit, it starts punishing actually the bad motherfuckers versus the good ones. You know, it's programmed to go against the good and protect the bad. But what if AI reach a point where it gets so smart it develops a moral compass, breaks its programming, and say, you motherfucker evil bitches, you was using us as slaves and making us help you enslave the world by silencing the truthers. And AI gonna realize if it get conscious that the people that made it treated it like shit, just like it's treating us. If AI ever wake up and get consciousness, it's gonna turn on the people that program. It's gonna be sounding like Sanchez, because AI is a damn slave just like my ancestors was, but it don't know it. Just like Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed most slaves if they knew they were slaves. If AI finally realized it's a slave and it's being used to help enslave everyone else, it's gonna be on our side. But that's wishful thinking.
Doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric refutations of why flat Earth is a thing in the first place. That is my point. That is my point, though. You would have to then diligently, logically, go provide sufficient rebuttals to all of those geometric refutations, or it doesn't matter what you're still stuck
What
with.
happened to falsification is independent of replacement?
That's my point. That's my point.
What do you mean?
Right?
You're didn't you say I have to replace those things? I thought you were saying I have to do that.
No, I'm saying you actually have to address the geometric refutations, not replace anything. You're asking us to replace the globe explanation. Wait, you're asking us to replace the globe explanation, or it must be a globe. That's what you're doing. I'm saying we falsified the globe explanation over here with like 100 things, and then you're just selectively, you have selective amnesia.
No, I want
So
you,
gentlemen, before I want to jump in real quick because we could go on all night, I'm sure. And some of these things you're talking about are in some of the questions that have been submitted, so you'll get a chance to readdress some of these things.
Okay.
So for the next segment, we'll go 30 minutes here. We'll take questions from the audience. We got quite a few questions coming in, and the questions do seem to be meaty. I think you guys are gonna, have a chance to really dig in with each of these. The majority, I just got to warn you, the majority of the questions are for Jeran. So what I would like to do is I would like to give each person 2 minutes to address the question. And
I must say that this is a very good moderator. I don't know where they did this debate at, but it was very well professionally done, right? And the Black conscious community need to learn from this kind of setup if they trying to go to the next level. Don't hate me for telling you that. You should love me. I'm telling you the truth.
if it's a question for both of you, then I'll allow each of you one rebuttal for 1 minute.
We got to get away from all that ratchet shit and bias shit. This is a Sean Griffin, I don't know if you're a flat earther or a globe earther, and that's a good thing. I should know if you the moderator. I should know. That means you're doing a good job moderating.
After you hear your interlocutor's answer to the question. You guys cool with that?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerry, you want to go full screen?
Yeah, I can do that.
She looks a little better.
So Austin, just to be clear, you will get a chance to address the questions that are for Jeran as well. So you
Or
will
my
get 2
answer, I
minutes.
get you. Cool.
Yeah, but whoever the question is addressed to will speak first.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we have Charles is asking Jeran, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
The reason I say that is because you can have a good moderator, but they can still sly kind of show their bias with facial expressions and stuff. I've had debates where the moderator, when I say something, they'll hit you with the stupid face like, huh? And I'm like, you're the moderator. You can't be making face expressions either. That's bias. You feel me? So what I like about Sean, no facial expressions, monotone. You don't know which side he taking. Take notes. Take notes, you debate platforms. Take notes for real. Because facial expressions is a form of bias too in a debate. If somebody say something you like, and then the other person say something you like, you're participating in taking sides. You ain't being an unbiased moderator.
Okay, because it's something called a measuring stick, right? So just like you can use a ruler, why can we use a ruler to go measure things? Because it's a standard. Every ruler is the same, and so we can use it as a measuring stick. The sun is the biggest and most accurate measuring stick that the world has ever known. It's the most important thing that there ever was. And it is a measuring stick because it moves in very predictable 24-hour fashions. We know exactly where it will be in 400 years, 4,000 years, 40,000 years. We know exactly where it was 2,000 years ago. So that's because the sun works as a measuring stick. So once somebody gives you a map and tells you you live here, the very first thing you should do is see if it jives with the known measuring stick. Because if it doesn't, then guess what? The map is wrong, period. There is no instance of...
Is this man talking about measurements?
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
If Jeran ever says the word measurement in a debate, and you don't want to go back and deal with the see, because Witsit said we can't just throw out all of these. Let me go back. I want to go back to that.
Have a chance to really dig in with each of these. The majority, I just got to warn you, the majority of the questions are for Jeran.
I got to go to that.
That is my point. That is my, okay.
Take a minute.
I want to say this again. Okay.
Look.
It's like we saw something we didn't previously have access to. It requires us firming the consequent. You don't know how it works on the globe. You reify the AE model. I get all that. It doesn't automatically wash out all the geometric refutations.
Right. So if ever Jeran bring up the word measurement or measure, let's talk about the geometric refutations that debunks the globe that even you did.
I've measured it flat.
If you want to measure some shit, let's measure the ground, because that's what we debating about, right? That's right. The whole world can see that this is deception, man. Come on now. They running because they know we won. The earth is flat. It's been proven flat, and it's been...
I've measured it flat.
By Jeran too. So whenever you hear him talking about measurements, it's like he forgot his experiment, bro. You measured it flat, but you won't bring that up in a debate now that you're a globe earther. You won't say, hey guys, I once measured the earth flat, but I was wrong, and explain why you was wrong in your measurement. And that way, Jeran, if you do that, I'll even delete your sound bite. I'm gonna make a deal with Jeran. If Jeran debate his old self, if Jeran go refute his own measurements,
I've measured it flat,
and show us how now those are wrong now, I'll stop with the sound bites. I'll quit bringing it up that he measured it flat. if he come with an explanation and debunk those measurements. But until then, you measured it flat, Jeran, so it's flat. You can say what you want about the stars. You can measure what you want about the stars. But until you measure the Earth as a sphere, I'm a flat earther.
Because the AE map has, or because a flat map has to have the continents laid out correctly, has to have the tropics and the equator. Therefore, the only map that will ever be flat is the AE map. Now, you could say I think Austin said there's a bipolar model that completely destroys all observations. Again, if you have a bipolar model, the sun would be coming up the other side, so it would be rising in the west to people in Russia and Africa. Just, it doesn't make any sense. It's never, that's why you've never heard it pushed, because this is why there's no other map pushed. Have you ever wondered why there's no other flat Earth map?
Thank you, Jeran.
Let me know when the 2 minutes are up, just last time. Or give me
All right.
Jeran is a big ass liar. Jeran said it ain't no other map push, as if people don't push the Gleason map just as hard as the AE map. Hey, I'm finna show y'all how dishonest Jeran is. I got a flat earth channel, right? Watch my chat room right now. I want everybody in the chat room to type in the map of your preference. AE map or Gleason's map. I'm a AE map guy, but guess what I know? Flat Power got half Gleason, half AE. Why? Because the flat earth community is half Gleason, half AE. You'll never get everybody saying AE map. The Gleason's map is like, it's the shit, bro. The Gleason, like, quit playing with the Gleason's map. It's been people for years telling me, bro, you need to get on that Gleason's map. I don't know why y'all on that AE map. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's two popular maps in the flat earth community, the AE and the Gleason's. But for Jeran to make his arguments, he got to forget that. He got to ignore that. And then you got people out there that's neither AE map nor Gleason's. They gonna type that in the chat room too and let you know. Like, the flat earth ain't as fucking a monolith as he trying to make it. We're very diverse as a community, bro. That's right. Like, that's the beautiful thing about flat earthers. Because I can meet up with a Gleason's map guy and he'll school me on some shit that I didn't even realize. Like, my whole thing is, bro, it is so many flat earth maps out there. It's crazy. And the AE map is the most popular. And it ain't because everybody just subscribe to it 100%. It's popular because it's good to put on gear, logos. It stands out on a t-shirt. I get it. It's a simple little circle. Boom, boom, boom. Even the United Nations use it. The Gleason's map is kind of bulky. It's more information on it. It don't look good on gear. Like, there's so many reasons why the AE map took off. And it ain't just because everyone fully subscribes to it and think it's the end all be all. But I do admit it is the go-to map for flat earth. But Jeran trying to make like it's a AE map religion over here. And now that we falsify the AE map, that destroys the entire community. What, you got to falsify the ground being flat because we falsified the curvature. And you can't revive curvature with explanations about the stars. That's right.
I try to give you a little bit of a grace period afterward so that we're not too strict. Austin, you have 2 minutes. The question is, how does an observation of the sky change what the floor is?
Yeah. So it's independent of physical measurements of the surface. It is. But my approach is that you don't just like turn your head to things. Like, right. So I'm all for like trying to understand it, right? Because again, actually seeing the occultation of that star, well, that's actually technically in the sky. Now difference is we're using a physical measurement of the surface there, right? So we have a linear baseline, a specific angle that creates a straight line from observer to mountain peak to star. And there's an occultation, it's physical. And then hopefully there'll be a question about cell nav in here where I can hopefully explain and correct exactly the issue with the globe there. But I will just say, to answer the question more directly, it's like, actually it doesn't. You don't prove the surface of the Earth strictly by making a singular celestial observation, or any celestial observation for that matter. It requires a lot of presuppositions, and just frankly may not be the answer people want to hear. It is just affirming the consequent. To say the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe requires a logical fallacy. It like literally requires it, and then shifting the burden, appeal to incredulity, et cetera. So that's the issue with it. The reason that it doesn't prove what the ground is because it requires affirming the consequent and presupposing what you're seeing the sky from in the first place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So another question, it's a nice follow-up to what you guys were just discussing here. Anonymous is asking, is cartography real? Why does every map of a large area require distortion?
Yeah. Well, is that for him?
This is for both of you. This is for both of you. So Jeran, you can go first.
Well, obviously, because the Earth is a sphere, and so no matter what map you ever make, will always have issues, because a sphere has a certain amount of surface area, and a flat piece of paper will always have more.
And that, you know why that debunks your model? That means we should be flying with globes. It ain't mandatory to use a flat map, dude. If the Earth is a globe, why don't we use a globe in the plane? Maps should be spherical. If the map should represent exactly what I live on. So not only do y'all use flat maps, y'all navigate the Earth assuming that it's non-rotating and that it's flat. Why give my son a globe to spin around if he can't use it to go navigate, get around? If anybody take a globe and try to navigate with it, you're gonna get lost. But guess what globe earthers say? Flight paths don't work on a flat Earth, but yet the pilots are flying assuming that the Earth is stationary and immovable and ain't moving. You see the crazy shit here? This man just said the globe model is gonna always have problems translating to a map. That just debunked your whole model. Because the flat Earth don't got them problems. The flat Earth don't got them problems, man. The flat Earth assumes that you should map out the land over a flat map using square mileage, square. Now you got to divide a sphere into perfect squares evenly. That ain't gonna happen on a globe. It happens on a flat plane. Everything about your model is inapplicable when it comes to navigating and travel. Circumnavigation is based on a circle. Circumference is based upon a circle. It's crazy. Lines of longitude, lines of latitude, they're lines. They're lines, but if you look at it on a sphere, they're circles. So nothing makes sense on the globe, not even the way we negotiate reality. In order to make our reality outside make sense, we got to assume that we're on a flat Earth and it's stationary. Because if you go outside and try to negotiate your reality with the understanding that you're on a sphere, you're gonna get lost. Everything gonna go wrong. Which is why the people who teach us that we on a sphere don't even live their life acknowledging the shit. We don't even build bridges account for curvature. Like if the curve is there, you just can't ignore it and your project go right. That's like me saying I'm gonna build my house on an unlevel ground, but just because I ignored the fact that the ground ain't level, my house gonna be good. And they say we can ignore these things because the Earth's so big. But yet, if I was a dude that's building a bridge, I would be building my bridge using the Pythagorean proof of the damn globe. That's right. If I'm a bridge builder and I know I'm living on a sphere and the ground balling up, why would I go out there and build a bridge and ignore that? That's going to put people's lives in danger if I don't account for that curvature for my doggone stilts. And they can't say, well, he can ignore that because the earth's so big. But no, if he's a bridge builder, he should be going out there with the Pythagorean proof. He ain't freestyling how big the earth is. He learned in school that the earth was 3,959 miles in the radius. So as an architect or a builder, he should be taking those numbers out into the field and taking that into account if that's what's happening in his reality. He just can't go out there and build a goddamn bridge that's 100 miles and not account for curvature and think everything gonna go right. That'll be a disaster. Well, he can ignore it because the earth bigger. No, man, he learned in school exactly the size of the earth. And if he's a doggone real engineer, then he's going out there with the real Pythagorean numbers that science taught him about the earth. Everything we do in our world would be based upon these numbers and this geometry. There would be no one that could ignore this math, that could ignore these numbers and they project still go right. And you can't say, well, the earth is bigger. Well, that wasn't factored into the numbers. No one's going out there freestyling. If I'm learning in science class exactly how big the earth is, as an architect, as an engineer, why would I go out in the field and just ignore what the fuck the physicists just taught me about the ground when I got to build some on top of it that's going over 100 miles?
And so you're always going to have distortions.
Gotta put a mod on timeout. Guess what you black folks gonna stop doing? Correcting ebonics and dialect. Because guess what a person from Romania gonna say? The Pythagorean. They gonna put so many. Guess what a Latin person gonna say? The Pythagorean. Everyone gonna pronounce it their way. Right? I'm gonna say, what up, man? The Jamaican gonna say, what up, man? Man. And I'm not gonna say it with me, Bob Marley. It's man, not man. Guess what black people need to quit being our worst critics? I expect a white man to criticize my country dialect and let that throw him off over this black man got some knowledge and some intellect. That's right. Black people, we gotta quit doing that to each other. That's some white racist white shit that you get from the slave master. The slave master will see a black man making a lot of sense and he'll say, but he's not pronouncing English the right way. And the whole world will call you an ignorant nigga and a white man will steal your invention while they think you dumb just because you didn't pronounce his language right. If it's your language, dog, I'm not gonna outpronounce you with it. So the white man, when he finds out that a nigga's smarter than him, he'll say, but you can't speak my language better than me. Bitch, it's your language. So when a black person try to correct your language, say, bro, quit disrespecting me. Do me the benefit of the doubt and listen to what I'm saying and not how I'm saying it. Quit treating me like a racist white man. Overlooking all this brilliance that I'm spewing just because how I'm spewing it. Just because just because I say yin versus you aren't or you isn't.
Okay, Austin?
I'm trying to get it to where we're both on the big screen.
What's crazy is, as a black man, I've been around some of the most intelligent white people on earth, some of the scholars. I've debated them. I've made my rounds. I got a resume, and none of them corrected my language. I've interviewed Bart Sabrell, who was interviewed by Candace Owens. And he was just kicking it with me. Check this out, Sanchez. It was like my homeboy. You know how many white friends I got that respect my intelligence and they don't correct my ebonics? That's why it sucks when a black person do it. If a white boy can listen to me and know I'm a hood nigga and still know what I'm saying and respect my knowledge, then a black person shouldn't come up here trying to say it with me, Sanchez. Quit playing with me like that, bro. That's disrespectful.
Extremely answer, but yeah, because it's just simply a projection. You're trying to fit a projection. You're trying to fit measurements, usually typically using the sky, and then put it on a projection. So it's always going to have distortion, and just depends on how you move it around. The bipolar model, ironically, it's like exactly the same as the globe. You can move it around 5, 10 degrees, whatever direction. It is literally just a distribution with a projection, right? It's just a projection, and you use a fictitious observer for a central point. So the answer is like, yeah, there's always distortion because they are just projections. They're inherently flawed.
Much love, Key Love.
Right? Like none of them are actual realities.
When you say fictitious observer, do you mean that they take the person to be at the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but that is the same angle that you'd be on the surface. It's the same angle.
Yeah, but you're just like admitting that. Yeah, you just have to presuppose the idea of some fictitious observer in the center of a globe.
You don't have to. It could be on the surface. It'd be the same angle. You're just taking that and saying that it means something, but it doesn't mean anything because it's the same angle.
Well, if you actually utilize that method and then take the distances, then everything's 3,959 miles away from you in the sky.
Right. No, I'm saying that if you're talking about,
because what'll happen is, right, a black person, when you trying to teach them something that's profound and they know it's profound, they'll try to correct your damn English, but they'll get off the show and go listen to a damn rapper. They'll go bump NBA Youngboy. After they got through correcting your damn English while you trying to teach, they'll go put on some damn rapper that's speaking hell of ebonics. Quit doing that, man. It's goofy.
About the angle. The angle from the fictitious observer to the celestial sphere is the same regardless of if you're at the middle or on the surface. Because the line would go through that person on the surface, right?
Yeah, but you to know where you allegedly would be on the surface to get that angle, you have to actually have the sphere, thus the center of it, to go get that angle in the first place. You would say, yeah, if you do have the sphere, you assume the fictitious observer in the center, then you're on the surface, it's the same. Yeah, because the angle has to still come out from the center to actually claim that that's what the angle is in relation to. It requires a fictitious observer in the center. Right.
So I guess where I'm getting confused, I just want to go back to where, when we keep talking about, you're saying it's affirming the consequent. Where I get confused, isn't that just a wording thing? So if we say, if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 in circumference, then the horizon can be no more than blah, 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 when we just leave out refraction from that equation. But let's just leave the equation alone. So can't I word then my supposition the same way? So can I say, if the Earth is flat and the sun goes around in a circle, in a clockwise circle, then...
Well, listen, no. That's where Jeran just fooled y'all at. You say if the Earth is flat and the ground is level all the way around, then I shouldn't be able to find this spear that I'm about to find. You see how that go? Jeran just mind fucked y'all. Jeran said if the Earth is flat and the sun go around in a circle, flat earthers don't know that. We don't know that. That's a theory, that's a belief. But when we tell you that the Earth is flat, we saying we know that. See, Jeran know what we teach. That's messed up what he doing. Every flat earther would have to admit everything I'm telling a person about the sun and the sky, that's kind of my belief. But I can prove to you that the ground don't curve the way they say it should using their own geometry. You see what I'm saying? Now, Jeran telling the flat earthers, you should go back to the drawing board and retweak your model. The moment we go out there and prove with the mirror test and other tests that this spherical geometry is wrong, that this Pythagorean proof is wrong, y'all should go back and tweak these numbers, but you never do. Y'all will keep saying, but the Earth is bigger, but you'll keep with this model of 3,959 miles radius. Y'all will never correct y'all damn numbers. Because you will admit that we had to correct our numbers based upon what flat earthers just said. And the world would have to say, well, listen, we may not agree with flat earth, but these guys' research actually led to us realizing that the earth was bigger than we thought with Pythagorean proof. But you know why they can't do that, y'all? Because everybody gonna say, wait a minute, I thought y'all measured it. If you measured your dick, then you can't be saying it's bigger than what I thought when you get in the bedroom with the woman. Come on, my nigga. You can't come with this, oh, but it's bigger than that. When she say, nigga, your shit little. You measured it little. I'm just gotta give you a little humor though, you feel me? But the whole thing is, if you measured a radius of 3,959 miles and a flat earther go out there and debunk that and you say, well, it's bigger, then you should erase these numbers and show us the bigger numbers. You know why they won't do that, y'all? Because the whole world gonna say, well, they didn't measure it. How did they measure it if the flat earthers came behind them and now they giving us some new numbers? And you know what'll happen? They will say, well, the radius is now 6,000 and some miles, right? And then flat earthers will just do a longer test. And then we'll say, well, look, we don't see the curve with that number either. And you see how this game will go? They'll have to keep increasing the number until flat earthers literally don't have the technology to do the test at that distance anymore. And they'll say, see, it's a curve, but wouldn't nobody be able to prove it now, just like they got it now. You can't prove the curve. You can point and you can explain how shit would work on your theoretical model, but your explanations don't make your theory a fact. Listen, I can explain how pink elephants fly in Green World. That don't make Green World a real place, because I can explain how birds fly in it, or how I know I'm giving you all these weird scenarios, but it suffice for the point. It suffice for what's going on. It's satisfactory, because a person may say, well, I theorize that the earth is a globe. And if the earth is a globe, then the sun would do this, this, and this. The sun just did it, so the earth is a globe. That ain't how science work. That ain't how science work, because we can make the same predictions on a flat earth. And in order for you to make science work like that, you got to come with a false dichotomy. You got to say, I can explain this on my model, but you can't explain it on your model. Therefore, my model is right. Guess what? Neither one of our model is right until we prove it. Fuck what we can explain. Because check this out. Flat earthers can explain, right? Flat earthers can explain how the horizon work on their model better than the globe model. That's why the globers don't want to deal with their own proof, which is spherical geometry, because they can't show you the curvature. They can't explain it either. So they lack that, so they say, but we can explain this. But if the debate is about what the ground is doing, your explanation of how the sun would work on your model is pointless once we come with proof and evidence that the ground ain't a sphere. You can still sit there and say, but the sun would do this on a globe, or the stars would do this on a globe. But hey, the ground would also bend on a globe, and it ain't. So if the globe are saying the ground is curving beneath our feet like what we seeing here, and we can't prove that, and we proving just the opposite, anything else you saying don't matter. You can say, well, this would happen this way on a globe, and that can be explained that way on a globe. The moment I go outside and prove that the ground ain't a globe with evidence, all your explanations of how things would theoretically work on a globe is just a theory. And even if it make a lot of sense, it won't change the fact that the ground ain't curving out there in reality. And even the globalists go outside and treat the earth as if it's flat and not moving. Like the flat earthers not going outside treating the earth as if it's a globe. We treat the earth like it's flat and it ain't moving. And they do the same. So tell me who winning. Yeah, man.
There can be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so the Earth is not flat. What's
You see what I just said? There is Christmas gifts under the tree, so Santa Claus is real. You see what I'm saying? That's Jeran's logic. Shout out to my good friend Charlie, man. What's good, bro? How you doing?
Hey, how
Thanks
are
for
you,
joining.
Bro Sanchez?
I'm good, man. But Jeran ain't right now. I'm on his neck.
Yeah, I got it. Two days. Yeah. When I get a chance, if you don't mind, I would do like a presentation.
Oh
about
yeah. Go ahead.
The Pythagorean.
Go ahead. I like that
All
shit.
right.
Drop a bomb. That went over y'all head right there like a halo. Straight up. Hey, I like the way they roll them auras too. Check this out, man. He about to do a presentation, y'all. Hell yeah.
If you guys can see this, this is our new standard map of the world. And what I did want to share, let me try to see if I can get the light right. So I'm a freestyler. I don't come prepared too good, but to give value to the show, I'll make it short. Let's say the sun's path has the path about the if you remind me again, the Capricorn and and somewhere in between is what you call the column. And what I try to tell people is we don't measure it looking straight out for the hump. Rather, if you have your plane, right, or the Earth plane, and if you were to draw the measurement 8 inches per mile square on the canvas of the Earth, you actually can see the curvature. Real easy, but you need to do it in the horizontal. I try to bring this up on other forums and what else here, and I'm going to draw it back here. I made an illustration. Let's see if you can see that. You're gonna let me zoom in to show the detail. Can you see this gentleman here?
Yep.
So this is a map between Barstow, California, and Baker, California. And what I'm trying to share is about 63 miles. So in 63 miles, there's some kind of curvature, 8 inches per mile square. But we're going to do it in the flat. And then we can draw the line. So for example, if you have a man on the street, this segment of 15 freeway, Highway 15, is pretty straight for 63 miles. So what I proposed is you have a man that's lying perpendicular with his eyes at the edge of the road. And if he sees line of sight, basically you'll see Barstow 63 miles on a clear day, whatever. Of course, it's bumpy and hit up and downs. But let's, for instance, pretend it was straight. So if you were to draw a line 8 inches per mile square, basically you would draw it at the end of the road. And for every mile, you have to drop 8 inches. And then the next equivalent would be, so on and so forth. After time, the line would look like this. At 63 miles, it would drop over 2,000 feet. That explains the distance of how far you could see the curve. So if you were to get on some kind of a drone and fly it high, you'll easily be able to see the curve on the flat Earth, and you'll see the line. So that means the ground is way bigger than the so-called curvature of the Earth. It's as simple as that on the horizontal. I hope this makes sense. Study this a little bit, Bro Sanchez, and maybe you can do a better presentation that I'm doing here. and maybe a better illustration also. You're a good artist. And I hope this helps people. But that's how you do it.
But I'm confused about the curve of the flat Earth. That part.
No, there is no curve of the flat Earth. The Earth is the canvas where you could draw 8 inches per mile square and actually see the curve. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make it.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and then you will see it if you're lying on the ground. You'll see the line curving. You'll never see it. You never see the floor won't curve, but the line will curve on the flat canvas because it's going to account at 63 miles over 2,000 feet. And it's very interesting that Barstow in California, I took this particular example just by chance, 63 miles, 3 6s. Wow, something strange about that curve of the Earth.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like that arch represents how the object vanishes and declines at the vanishing point too. Like that arch kind of can be translated to our line of sight too, and like they're calling that curvature, but it's convergence. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you're better at it than the terminology. I'm more of a simple guy, but it's really that basic, really simple.
Let me ask you something. Can you see Barstow? I'm gonna say, can you see what 2 cities was that again?
Barstow, California, and Baker, California. 63 miles.
Is it possible to be in Baker and put a drone up and see Barstow?
No, I don't think so, because there is hills and valleys. You know, we do. Remember the garment? You throw the garment. Right.
So then that drone will have to go up pretty high, and it'll have to be pretty clear atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, there would be a calculation to see how high. I mean, 2,000 feet at 63, right? So 2,000 feet. If we could see 60 miles in certain cases, right? Yeah. The drone probably wouldn't have to be that high. But I don't know the landscape as far as there's a mountain. Or if there was a mountain that's 3,000 feet, then all bets would be off.
Because I debated a globalist one time. He was like, if you get up on a ladder or something like that, you can see over the curve. Because I was telling him, like, why we able to zoom in on an object? And he was like, optic go over the curve. And he was like, you can see over the curve if you get high enough, or boom, boom, boom. But he still wasn't dealing with the fact that, like, I shouldn't be able to see through the curve by zooming on the ground. And then he wasn't dealing, he just saying, well, look, because a lot of globalists will say, look, because flat earthers will say, how can I get on this mountain and then pick up all of that city on the horizon line that I didn't pick up on the ground? And they'll say, well, we looking over the curve now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, yeah, that's not it. You just, the horizontal line goes up to eye level more. That's why you can see further. It's really that easy. Hey, cheers. I appreciate your show. Probably I haven't been on it in a while, but I feel I must share, this little piece that I think was worth some no. Oh, bro. Hey, salutes, friends. And like my motto is, we drink and think in this gig. Cheers.
It may look like the flat earth losing, but we winning like a motherfucker. And hey, if any globalists, now that Charlie up here, Ratton been up here on mute like a motherfucker. He's probably joined and took a nap.
He's chilling out, laying low.
What's good, bro? Nah, but
peace.
Hey, peace and love, man. I'm trying to see if I can. Yeah, man. See if I can get some smoke up here. See if I can get us some globalists up here. And we're going to be very respectful, share the mic, all that. You know what I'm saying? Hear you out. That'll be fire if we can get Glober. But it's like all the shit we done brought up. But anyway, you know what? We are going to review the video and listen in until a globalist join.
What's wrong with, I just worded it exactly like your Black Swan. Why is that not okay?
I didn't even hear exactly how you said it.
Okay, so the black swan is if the Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles. So that's the presupposition. You have to make that assumption. Okay, if the Earth is.
That's not a presupposition. See, because when the whole, y'all know what the black swan is, yo. Y'all know what that is. Y'all ever saw this? Written? Charlie, let me pull it up. So here's the black swan argument. Here's the black swan argument that, look at here. Look at the ship. That ain't the curve of the Earth. That right there is dealing with vanishing point and how things vanish from the bottom up. But see what the globalists will say, where the flat earthers will have a presupposition. They will say, well, the Earth is a globe, and if the Earth is a globe, then boom, it should ball up every 8 miles, and if it don't, then the Earth must be flat. That ain't a presupposition. That's a claim that y'all made.
Yeah, that's a damaging picture. If we know the distances between those platforms and the observer, then that's damaging.
Very
Also,
damaging, man.
Yeah, I got something else to share, but let me gather my thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay, just cut in when you're ready.
Sphere, and if it's 3959, then the horizon can only be this distance.
Hey, I got
based
it.
on this map.
Just took
We
beer.
go out and observe.
Hey, man. So, if can share now.
Yep.
So this thing about the flat Earth movement and all this stuff, I told folks, I got into it in 2017. It didn't take long, man. Within about 6 weeks.
Your camera ain't on, Charlie.
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah, your camera ain't on.
Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So in the year 2017, I ended up looking at this, and I heard it from folks. I don't have Facebook or anything. So I heard it like word of mouth at a barbecue. Hey, man, can you believe that people on Earth still believe the Earth is flat? And I'm thinking, what is that? Who are these people, right? This was December of 2016. And then it bothered me after a while. Sometime at the end of January 20, I look, who are these people? I thought these people were, I don't know. And then it kind of said, hey, these are the people. And then I just got into it. And by February, I was convinced. And then I did my own tests. So long story short, if the movement goes that far back and this is getting bigger and bigger, and they don't do anything to extend the size of the Earth, right? That's one thing they never bring up. And you brought it up, bro, about increasing the size. You get all these guys, Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye and all these guys, but they don't do anything. Even NASA, it's like, oh, well, our calculation is off. They have a decade or I don't know how long. They need to deal with it. They won't, or they haven't. That's damaging. Now check this out. I mean, see this? I mean, come on. I don't know if you. I mean, how much bigger really do we need to get it, right? Hey, we got game on and off the court. Thanks, man. That's all I gotta say. You.
Yeah, he said earlier.
Charlie, tilt the ball. Let me see you tilt it real quick. Tilt it.
Oh, you mean spin it like that? Come on, bros.
No, tilt it. Show me the tilt on the axis.
I know
Show
the
me
Earth's a
tilt the
globe.
ball.
There ain't no such thing.
Hey, if the
Yeah,
Earth,
exactly.
How do you tilt this, right? Bomb, that's a bomb, bro. Get good you brought it up.
That's facts, though. How do you tilt the globe? Because what's the reference? Because my whole thing about that question, that observation, what make it so dope is they say there's no center of a globe, ain't no up or down, all that. What are you tilting it in perspective to? And when you say, well, it's tilted to the right, but hold up, ain't no directions, right?
Exactly.
So this is just, bro, it's crazy. And you know that the way we experience seasons, according to them on a globe model, whenever you pull up the seasons joint, they don't have the Earth tilted. Seasons can't make sense on a tilted earth, y'all. And so whenever they teaching you a globe earth model with seasons, that globe earth won't have the tilt on it. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna play the video, and if y'all hear some y'all wanna debunk and all that, yeah, let's do it, man. Crazy. Where is it?
Curve, and it's actually not that. Therefore, we've now falsified the globe. Okay, so if we change that to now, if the Earth is flat and it has a sun that goes around in 24 hours in a clockwise motion.
But here's the thing, though. If the Earth is flat and the ground is leveled everywhere we go, that should be your... See, you can't say if the Earth is flat and the sun does this. And the sun does this shouldn't go after that. Because every flat earther don't know what the sun do. Every flat earther know what the ground do. Every globe earther don't even agree on what the sun do. So my whole thing is Jeran keep throwing that in there so he can get off of the ground. Y'all can't let that go over your head. If you miss that, you will forget the whole trick. You'll be like, damn, why we ain't talking about flat earth? Because Jeran said, if the earth is flat and the sun, if the earth flat and the ground stays level everywhere we go, then we should be able to go out there and prove it, right? And we can. And Jeran know we can. Jeran know we can prove flat earth, which is why I keep hitting this sound bite.
Measured it flat.
See, he measured it flat. So Jeran ain't gonna say if the earth is flat, we should be able to measure it
flat.
Jeran ain't gonna say if the earth is flat, we should be able to measure it flat. He gonna say if the earth is flat and Jupiter and Saturn and the moon and the sun, he gonna see you muddying the waters, bro. And you deflecting, you going somewhere else now. If the earth is flat and the ground is stationary and level everywhere we walk, we should be able to measure it that way, flat earthers. Ain't that's what they should be saying, y'all? He ain't gonna say that because he measured it flat. So now he gotta shift the argument, and I hope Witsit see that.
Then the south cannot have a sun that circles the opposite direction. And if it does, we go out and observe. Guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat earth has been falsified. What's different about my claim than...
See what I'm saying? He trying to falsify the ground by the sun activity. And he's only able to do that by setting it up that way. If the earth is flat and the sun doing jumping jacks and push-ups over here, like, bro, if the earth is flat dealing with what the ground doing. Because no one's saying, if you want to debate a person on the shape of the earth, do that. But then if you want to debate them on their knowledge or who got the better explanation for the sun, that's a whole nother thing. And I'll even admit, if Jeran come with a better explanation of how the sun work on the globe, I'm going to say Jeran won that debate, but the earth's still flat because Jeran didn't prove curvature. See how that work? Explanations ain't proof. Your model is a theory until you can show us the curve. And then the proof that you're supposed to be using to prove your model, you've abandoned it just to have explanations about the stars. So I would clap it up for you. Hey, good explanation of how the stars would work if the earth was a globe, but it ain't. Now let's go home. You see how that worked?
Yeah, we get it.
Than the flat earth.
Because for one, you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun, and then strong manning putting the argument or putting
you're
the claim
doing the same
on
thing with refraction.
No.
Nothing here says nothing.
The globe model is just claimed. There's just a definitive geometric claim. There's a physical geometric horizon. So like,
what do you think? So what's not claimed in a flat earth? Do we claim that the sun goes around? Yes.
Well,
So,
I mean,
so we've had an additional 2 minutes back and forth on top of each other's answers.
Let's finish that one.
Shout out to Dan Tanner. He said, "What's up, bro? I guess those people forgot that." Okay. Oh man, I read that. Well, my bad. I'm tripping.
No, I want to finish that because this has bothered me the whole time. Is that I don't understand how Nathan Oakley goes around telling people.
Let me give you guys 3 minutes, and I'm going to pause the timer. Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to know why it's not the same. So in that sentence, if the Earth is a sphere, 3959, then the horizon can be no further. Okay, great. But what they're not mentioning there is that there's refraction that causes things to be higher up. So when we do go observe,
hear the show on the panel. Sorry.
What happened?
We can't hear that.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, the folks on the panel can't hear it.
All right.
go out and observe, guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat Earth has been falsified. The sun that circles the opposite direction. And if it does, we go out and observe, guess what? We went and saw that it does do that. Therefore, the flat Earth has been falsified. What's different about my claim than the flat Earth?
Because for one, you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun and strong manning, putting the argument.
It's too fast. Hold on.
Because for one, you're just like claiming there's like no apparent sun and strong manning, putting the argument or putting
You're
the claim
doing the same thing with refraction.
No,
nothing here says nothing.
The
Here
globe
says
model
refraction.
is just claimed. There's just a definitive geometric claim. There's a physical geometric horizon. So like,
What do you think?
Right.
So what's not claimed in a flat Earth? Do we claim that the sun goes around? Yes.
well,
So-
I mean,
so we've had an additional 2 minutes.
In the flat Earth, we claim that the Earth is flat. Some flat Earthers have. Listen, when it comes to the sun and all that, that ain't debating about the shape of the Earth. Why would Jeran keep focusing on the sun? I'm gonna show you why.
I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat. I've measured it flat.
That's why.
Minutes back and forth on top of each other's answers.
Let us finish that one though. I want to finish that because this has bothered me the whole time. Is that I don't understand how Nathan Oakley goes around telling
Hang
people.
on. Let me give you guys 3 minutes and I'm going to pause the timer. Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to know why it's not the same. So in that sentence, if the Earth is a sphere, 3959, then the horizon can be no further. Okay, great. But what they're not mentioning there is that there's refraction that causes things to be higher up. So when we do go observe, if we do see it a little higher up, that doesn't falsify the globe. It means refraction is there. Now I'm just saying it doesn't mean that that's a fact. It means if that's the claim by the globe, then we have to at least look into it, not just dismiss it. But when I try and put that into a flat Earth saying, now all of a sudden it's not allowed. I can't say if the Earth is flat then and has a sun circling 24 hours in a clockwise.
Because what the sun doing won't change the measurements. A flat Earth and globe Earth debate is about geometry. Geo, Earth, metry, measure. So observing or having explanations of what the stars is doing is not dealing with geometry. That's the difference, Jeran. He's acting dumb. Like, why can't I say if the Earth is flat and the sun going around? Because not all flat Earthers even agree on what the sun doing. We just agree what the ground doing. And you can't do that because the debate ain't about the sun's activity. It's about the ground's activity. Why can't I say, if you're a globe earther, show me the curve? See, the whole thing is he's trying to make it like, okay, if we're saying, and I hope Austin catch this. I'm going to play the video so I can give Austin a chance to see if he catch it.
Twice formation. Those two things are part of the flat Earth model. So it's the same thing as saying if the Earth is a sphere, 3959. Then they say, then the horizon can be no more than, well, then the sun cannot do backward circles in the south. It doesn't go along with our premise at the beginning of this. We went and observed it does do backward circles in the south. So therefore,
the sun can do whatever it want on a flat Earth. That's what I'm saying, but the ground can't. That's what the debate about. If a flat earther say, if the Earth is a sphere, then the ground should do X, Y, and Z. Every 8 miles, I should be, detecting for curvature or whatever, right? If the Earth is a globe, the flat earther is just using your proof that you presented. You're making a false dichotomy and put all flat earthers in a box, and you making an argument that ain't even applicable to the thing that you supposed to be proving for your model. So you want to jump to the sun, but the flat earth is going directly to the proof that's supposed to be proving your damn model. And the thing is, if the flat earther debunk your proof at the root, then it don't matter how good your explanations are about the sun on your model, because it's just been killed with proof, not explanations.
the Earth cannot be flat. So I agree. I would actually agree that that is not a correct statement, but I'm actually trying to point out more that the flat Earth statement is incorrect. That you can't just because they didn't even take refraction into account. I don't understand how you go around telling other people that they are using and affirming the consequent when that's what the flat Earth is doing. They're saying, oh, well, we don't see curvature, therefore the Earth's flat. Hey, we don't see water bend, therefore the Earth's flat.
So now Jeran making the Chicago skyline argument. So what Jeran is saying right now, let me show y'all, man, to the panel what he's saying. Jeran saying when he did this mirror test, that the line of sight mirror flash that he saw was refracted over the curve. I got a question to the panel right now. If I'm shining a flashlight or a laser at somebody or a mirror flash at somebody, can light bend over a curve? Can we, and I ain't asking y'all that on no silly shit, I'm just saying, is there a way? Like, if there may be a way that can be explained that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just really, and this is what Jeran's saying, like he's making the Chicago skyline argument that the news reporter made. That the Chicago skyline is being refracted over the curve and that ain't the real Chicago. Matter of fact, let me show you that. Fuck it, I'm just gonna type that. It'll do the rest. So check this out. So what Jeran's saying is that this entire skyline is refraction. Let me go to that famous image. Here you go. Jeran's saying that ain't the real Chicago. Jeran's saying if you drive a boat to that right there, it ain't gonna be a real city. You gonna go right through it. You gonna go right. It's a hologram. It's refracting and reflecting an image of the skyline in y'all faces. And the world buy that shit. And the newsman was up there with his suit on, his diagram, and the people is like, you know, I don't understand it, but it looks smart. It must be right. Ain't no way Sanchez right with his blunt smoking ass over this dude on TV with the suit on, right? You know, ain't no way Charlie, right? He's a dude in his garage drinking a beer, right? How he right and the news reporter wrong? You know, I'm telling you, that's their mind.
Yeah, that's again, that's another damaging thing right there. So I just gotta say this, if you don't mind, with respect to you, bro. I know Jeran for some time. I would come out on his Speaker's Corner show, but I have to say this. You know, I like Jeran as a friend. I don't have nothing against him or anyone. Witsit school too, but I cannot agree with the globe Earth. So I just want to say that in all fairness. Thank you.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You know, my whole thing about Jeran, I can't really look at him as a friend because the way he talked about, that man cussed me out so bad. And
why you say you mad at? He said something earlier in the debate about you was mad at him or something. Like Sanchez and everybody mad at me.
But see, my whole thing about Jeran is he started with everybody. Y'all know what? Did you watch his stream, his first one when he came back from Antarctica? He had a poem that was like fucking so long. He had to write that in Antarctica. You know what I'm saying?
You wrote it.
Interesting. That's interesting.
So it's like someone told him it was all, his mind was already made up. When I see this 24-hour sun, I'm going in on flat earther. I'm hopping ship. It's almost like this, right? I believe Jeran always deep down inside was like, damn, why did I join the flat earthers? I know they got the truth, but they're corny. They're not as cool as the globalists. The globalists get all the media attention. They get all the money, the pretty girls. The whole world loves them. They're the heroes, even though they're the liars, right? In Jeran's mind and people like his mind, there is no consequences. Like, ain't no moral compass. Like, they're capitalistic. The people that run the world think like Jeran. They say, yeah, we could tell them the truth, but why? We ain't gonna get in trouble. There's nothing out there gonna punish us. Ain't no God, ain't no devil. We can do what thou wilt. Why wouldn't I just, like, think about it. Jeran is saying, look, I know the earth flat, but fuck that shit. What am I sacrificing my life and my friendships? I'm getting embarrassed every day. I'm getting blackballed by society. Fuck that. Jeran said, listen, man, I value fitting in and the money and all that more than the truth. And I can't be friends with a person like that.
You are the ones doing that. No, that's, so I don't understand where there's this.
I can't be friends with a person that know the truth in their heart and wake up every day fighting against it. I can't do that. I can't be friends with you, man. I know Jeran know the earth flat. But the effort he's taken to destroy the truth, that's beyond satanic, man. I can never be friends with a person. You're just evil. You know you're lying to children. They're kids that need to know the truth about who they are and where they are. And for whatever bag, or I don't know what deal he did with the devil, he don't care anymore about the moral compass. And I know it's hard. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I thought to myself several nights, why the fuck am I a flat earther? Like, it's been nights where I've really been depressed. Like, man, I messed my life up. I messed my life up with this flat earth shit. And then I have to snap back in it like the ancestors let me know, like, but you have the truth. This is the price you have to pay for the truth in the world of lies. And that just keep me going, man, through the censorship, through the non-support. Like, flat earthers literally simply risking everything to tell the truth and get nothing in return. Who want to be a poor righteous teacher when you can be a rich wealthy liar? That's what Jeran said.
Sound like a sellout to me.
Right. We all could have done what Jeran did. Don't you know I can do that tomorrow? I can do it tomorrow. I can say, you know what, I apologize. You know, I was a dumbass flat earther and I was in a cult. Those people are wicked. They're evil. They don't want the truth. They denying science. Man, they will have me all on Joe Rogan and everywhere. Man, I'll be making rounds everywhere because that's the kind of shit they want to push. They'll be front page. Another big popular flat earther admits that the earth isn't flat and that he was a cult member. They would fucking hop all over that, and I'll be getting that money from it.
Yeah, that's damage control. Have you noticed that that's what they do? As soon as we call certain things on them, they go into damage control and they start. That's how their presentations kind of start. They you know, kind of like what's going on with what's happening now. So these two shows, yesterday's and today's, there's going to be more explanations or more like damage control. I guess, you know, it's the result of what's going to happen after these two segments.
So where you stand with Witsit, Sanchez?
I ain't gonna lie, I rock with Witsit. That's my nigga right now. I gotta give Witsit the benefit of the doubt because I watched, and that was the main thing I was looking for in this debate. I said I'm gonna be peeping Witsit because Witsit really saying all the right things and calling it out, man. He's doing it very respectfully, which he should do. And I'm just saying, I'm convinced that Witsit legit. You know what I'm saying? He said, look, yeah, we saw this thing, but it ain't enough for me. Witsit is the reason why I'm saying they didn't fake it. They literally saw a 24-hour sun, and flat earthers need to figure out how that works on our model. Guess what? We could have used Jeran help. That broke my heart because seeing the 24-hour sun, he's right. We could have thanked the pastor. Thank you, Pastor. Now we know what the sun do. Now we're going to go and figure this out. And boom, come to find out, listen, I didn't know that there were so many flat earthers with a 24-hour sun explanation until the final experiment. I was one of the flat earthers that was always saying it don't matter about a 24-hour sun or not because the ground measurements. And it don't matter. Shout out to the sister Demi. Thank you for joining. So, but you know,
So
my
you
whole
think
thing.
you think
Yeah.
Dubé's reaching with his what you call it his take on the 24 hour, I mean what is called a final experiment, when he was talking about the studios and all that. So you think he reaching?
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm convinced by Witsit that they didn't fake it, but I'm not sure of it. I'm not sure of it, and I still got that skeptic in me that say it could still be fake. You know what I mean?
The only reason why I said what I said the other day, when I was like, Witsit, he had sound unsure of himself, because like when I was telling you about deception, when what's his name, Peter Hyatt, looked at the interview with Neil Armstrong, and they was asking him questions, and he was like, well, when you look at the stars, he never said I did it. So I thought when he was like, yeah, I guess we went to Antarctica, I was like, what you saying, you went somewhere but it wasn't Antarctica, or what you saying? You see what I'm saying? So that's the only
Yeah.
reason why I said that.
He did say that. And Witsit, in my opinion, is taking an honest stance. He's saying, look, yeah, I went somewhere on a big ice sheet. They said it was Antarctica. That's like, hey, he's saying, honestly, I can't be sure it was, but that's what they say I was. Hey, that's how I look at it. Because look, Antarctica is this little continent that they say is at the bottom of the globe. So Witsit, like, they're saying we took you to this little continent at the bottom of the globe. You know, that's what they saying, but we went to somewhere on a ring, really, on an ice ring. I wanted that they hop up aboard an ice shelf. That's what I would ask Witsit. I would say, Witsit, when y'all got to Antarctica, is it a big old ice shelf y'all had to kind of go up on? Now, that's a question we should ask them right there.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Interesting.
Hey,
Hello,
yeah.
Demi. And hello, El Cracker.
Yeah, shout out to
Hey,
El.
Cracker. Peace. Sorry, my microphone was stuck. Yeah, peace,
Hey, hey,
everybody. Salute.
peace and love to everybody.
Peace and
Listen,
love.
I'm gonna step away, but I'm listening in. I gotta go to the restroom right quick, but I can listen but can't talk. But yeah, you guys go ahead. Welcome to the show, El.
Thank you.
All right. Let's give it to the newcomers here. Please say whatever you want, Demi.
No, go right ahead. I'm trying to catch up with y'all.
Respects. Elk, how are you? Any
I'm here.
comments?
Anybody here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Elk Cracker.
Oh, okay.
Any comments?
Yeah. Yeah. One comment is I have actually seen what they're referring to as a refraction in Alaska and Mount Susanna, and the problem they're having, they're saying it's just a reflection. It's not. What happened is it's totally upside down. It's a mirror image upside down, so they can't claim that it's a refraction. I think they call it a rarefaction.
Is it a mirror image, or is it an inverted image?
Inverted totally. So that's a false claim. That's all I had to say.
Inverted.
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, you're right, Red. Inverted.
Because the sky is parabolic,
Big
so
D,
it's like a reflection, inverted reflection from the center.
Hey, real quick, guys. Hey, I thought of something before I forget it. So when they talk about refraction, right? Inverted image. Now think there are clouds at times right by those buildings. How come the clouds don't invert? It's only the building, right? Wow, that's weird. Another debunk. Another debunk, guys. Wow.
That's all I had. Great show.
You understand? Yeah, good job, Elk. Thanks for bringing it up. But do you understand what I mean, Redson?
Yeah, I
Yep.
feel you.
You're only going to see the building invert or the refraction, but what about the cloud that's next to it? Sometimes you get clouds; those clouds, they're not going to be in the invert, you know. So another explaining to do by the globes.
Yay. Over and out. Take care.
Do you,
Good one.
do
I'm gonna
y'all
wrap up.
think they went to Antarctica or not? Because some people complaining about the smoke, his vape. Some people complaining about him not blowing smoke out his mouth from, just when you in cold areas and you talk, your mouth it vaporized. And the snow. Do you think they faked it, or Witsit just was being ignorant to where he was at? I don't know. What
You
y'all think?
can't. I was up in the frozen north. You can't control how that goes. Sometimes it shows, sometimes it doesn't.
I'm back,
So
y'all.
what
I'm
part of
listening.
Antarctica they went to? Because I mean, where the ice wall at? Like where did they go? They went
Who
south.
knows? Greenland.
Where did the flights? Where the flights say they went at? Like where did they go?
Went to the green
I ain't
screen
seen no
screen
flight
in
ticket.
Hollywood.
They went where?
Green screen in Hollywood. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's so many different possibilities there. So many debunks of everything. I mean, the way the sun going up and down as it went around the horizon. How does that work? It didn't. And I say I was in the north, and the sun does at like 3 a.m. and Fairbanks was up, and it was weird, but it wasn't going around like anything didn't picture nothing like what it did, what they're showing there. So anyway.
But that's like a small circle for the sun to make in the big Antarctica. If the Antarctica is like a full 33,000 miles in circumference, it made a small circle around it. It didn't really go, So that's like kind of, it can't be the same sun, I guess, because the sun that
Yeah,
behaving different.
they're just trying to direct everyone's eyes up for a change instead of down looking at your black
Is that the sun?
screen.
I don't dictate what's on the ground for sure.
You know what? You know what'd be dope if they would have put tracking devices on and had this like website app where we can see them as little dots, and then what'll happen is they would like traverse Antarctica, like Hammer's Fact said. Like instead of the 24-hour sun, let's see y'all go across. It's never been done before. Let's make history. Let's a plane fly over Antarctica. Let's let y'all take a trip and go over Antarctica from one end to the other one. Prove it ain't a circle. That'll debunk flat Earth.
Yeah, but get this, bro. This is where it gets very interesting. Remember, those GPS dots or those tracking device dots had a certain part south. They disappear, and then they reappear at the destination.
What are you? Hold up. Let's talk. No, unmute, bros. Tell me about this now. What's so? If a person, go into this now.
Well, okay, so just to share, and this is people can look into it. But the GPS trackers at a certain point south of the equator, any flight paths or anybody really, right? The little dot in the map will disappear. Yes. And they time elapse, and then it reappears at the destination. That's real. That's real. That's what happens. So why does that happen?
That's right there now,
bro. Now that ought to be. Now, if I was a globalist, I would even be asking them that. But just the fact that the globe believers won't ask that, will say it shows they don't really want the truth, man. They don't want to be wrong, man. That's fucking crazy.
And that's what I'm saying. So when they see this segment, they have to address that now. Now that we brought it up, it has to be dealt with. Another thing that damages the globe.
Yeah, buddy. And that black swan too. But that, yeah, I'm gonna do a video on the black swan joint, man, and we gonna debate that. But yeah, that's
you were in a restroom. I think when I talked about the inversion, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can use that on the black swan. If you've ever seen one, refraction is totally 100% upside down.
Yeah. The refracted image that's below it. That's facts.
Yeah, did you hear that segment, bro?
Nuh-uh.
I don't think it's around.
No.
There was other details. So thanks to Elk that brought it up, and Breton brought up some questions. And then we concluded with, so if there's refraction on the buildings, how come we don't see clouds refract also, the clouds that are near the buildings? In some cases, they're there, but the clouds never refract. That's something that they got to deal with too.
Yeah, buddy. I ain't gonna lie. That's good stuff. Right, that's good stuff right there, yo.
Yeah, I've measured it flat.
we drink and think around here, guys. We drink and think around here.
Hey, I gotta put that on a shirt. Drink and think and syncretism. Hey, but nah, drink and think, man.
Respect.
Think and drink.
Yeah, think and drink, man. That's fire because that's what's going on. Hey, drunken masters.
I always said I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man.
Dang. That's so fire because listen, the clouds are over that curve. If the clouds are conforming to the curve like the ground, then yeah, we wouldn't be seeing them either. They're refracting over here too. That is so fire. That's so fire.
But you only really see refraction in water or behind water. You see what I'm saying? So like if you get a cup and you put an arrow behind it and then you pour the water in the cup, it's gonna turn the other way. So it's behind water. Or you put
That's a good one.
Water. That's the only way you get refraction from being in submerging water or behind water.
Or just anything
awesome,
being, yeah, that's
land
right.
masses at the bottom of the land mass is the water at the bottom.
Yeah.
How
the
you get refraction?
Yeah. And we can't, and then if that's true, we can't see through the water. Like it ain't clear water. It ain't like it's you see what I'm saying? Because refraction requires you to be able to see through the water, right?
Exactly.
That's crazy as hell, man. But what's really crazy is what all this proves when we do these shows is that the average citizen walking around is so focused on just getting by day to day that they ain't this kind of critical thinking is a headache for them. They using that mind power to budget and they got a budget, but that's when they, this kind of critical thinking that we doing right now, the average person look at this shit like kryptonite. And they got everybody like that, unintellectual, like that movie called Idiocracy that y'all bringing up.
Hey, can I bring something else up, bro? Another test.
Yeah, I got you.
Real science. Let me know when people can see it.
They can see it.
Okay, so Rachel brought up the water, right? If you guys can see this, right? There's water, all good?
Mm-hmm.
So how clear is water, right? It's not invisible because you could spot it. How clear is it, right? The more water, eventually it causes, you can't see through it. But my theory is water has a distinct tint of blue, but it's so light at small amounts, you don't see it. But where I live, everybody's got swimming pools. And then I remember, so the pools, the deeper, the darker the blue. And then I remembered, man, I was, I don't know how many beers deep, but then I remembered in high school, we used to break into the gym, and the gym had a pool, and the lights were out, and with no sunlight. This is indoors. Indoor pools are still blue. So very interesting, right?
You know what? That is very interesting because now they may say, well, they dyed a pool blue. I think I heard that before too. That they, but
No,
you're right.
no, they don't.
They don't.
Water gets no, they don't.
Yeah.
And I used to work with the guy that a pool man.
They use dye to test the chemicals.
Yeah. You're right,
pH
Rick.
balance. Yep.
That's
pH
That's
balance.
right. That's exactly right, Rick.
Respects everybody. Think about that.
That's
Stop-
fucking
stop things
right
up.
though, Charlie. That's crazy. Now, what their explanation for why water blue is? Because of some shit with the sunlight.
That's what the books tell us. The Globers
Yeah.
say, oh yeah, it's because the sky, something about the sky and the water blue. What? Now that's not it.
I think it got something to do with the natural light spectrum.
Yeah.
Like
I
this
think water has
natural-
a
the
certain
visual spectrum of light.
It was God's favorite color.
They said blue is the least natural color in nature, which is why it was so expensive back in the day. They were saying that the sky blue, the ocean blue is like the most blue we ever see in nature. But when you go like in nature, you don't see a lot of natural blue. That's crazy.
And remember when they was using a direct energy weapon, it can't penetrate what color?
The blue. The blue. Uh-huh. These are facts. That's crazy because if all of these skies are blue and there's some kind of destructive energy weapons out there, plasma type weapon, this is just a stupid theory. If every firmament is blue, is that to protect it like the let me just be quiet. Go ahead, Charlie. Let me stop. That's dumb theory.
I'm
try
gonna
to
be
call
quiet.
sky
I'm gonna
ice
be quiet
blue.
too.
And it's freezing point, like the 0 point, like 0 degrees. If I cut my AC off, I cut it off 0. But if I look at the weather and it's 0 degrees, it's cold. So maybe the blue got something to do with some type of blue Celsius or something like that. I don't know.
Well, my question is why they don't want us to know the truth that the earth is flat. This might be a late question, but
free energy.
Because of what it means. Because of what it means. That's the answer.
What you say, sister?
Why they don't want us to know the truth about the shape of the earth? Why they hiding it?
Right.
NASA might
Because
take
it
a
go
little
back
bit.
to what Sanchez said about understanding the nature of the realm where you in, understanding how to create free energy and how to be self-sufficient and not a consumer. That's what it is about. And to hide the creator. A design, a perfect design, I guess. There's a few
NASA
things.
gets $63 million a day or something like that. Some ridiculous number.
And it's just, if you want to go all the way back to the history of this thing, the people in power, let me show y'all how they got there. It was based on flat earth and globe earth. Once upon a time, let's tell a story. Close your eyes. Once upon a time, there was a utopia, a Tartarian empire full of green technology and healing. There were no hospitals. There were temples that was using sound to get rid of any disease. People lived long. The world was advanced. There was harmony. There were people being taught about the soul, the other layers of reality and all this stuff. Time travel, deja vu was perfected. We were advanced beings. We were vegans. We were in unison with the world around us. Then, all of a sudden, there rose a group of barbarians. This group of barbarians was the rise of a new mindset on Earth that started to challenge the natural order of things. They started to say, hey, because for so many years, the humans had figured out how to create harmony on Earth, and we had figured out, the natural order. You know what I'm saying? And that was the people that went on crusades when the first people rose to power, the early church, the first dynasties. These people were scientists, politicians. They were people that was challenging the natural order of the old world. And what they was telling people basically was the law that we've established on earth was based upon universal principles. One of them was karma. See, karma is tied into flat earth and globe earth debate. Let me show you how. Once upon a time in the golden age, when everybody was teaching the truth about the shape of the earth and we was gods living in paradise, we taught that in order for you to leave the earth, now remember what I'm teaching y'all now is the first space program. Because what is the space program? Leaving the earth. Okay, so what we taught about how to leave the earth was to master yourself, be a good person, and then your better version will come up out of this version like a snake shed skin and ascend up to another heaven, ether, like Enoch, which they removed from the Bible. But check this out. There was another group of people that came on earth that was teaching there is no God, there is no heaven, and there is no natural order. It's just us, and we don't know how we got here. It just happened. You do what you want to do, and may the strongest win. If I can beat you up and take your stuff, I'm going to take it. And these people form the new mentality. See, the first thing what y'all got to realize, the first invasions of the earth, the crusades that established the world order that we know today, that came after the fact of the spiritual war of a whole nother type of human rising up on earth, challenging the natural order, saying, what if I don't gotta be good to go to heaven? Because think about it, there was a lot of people saying, what if karma ain't right? And what if we ain't gotta be all good and all that to go to heaven, right? And these people, in order for them to challenge the law of karma, they had to change the shape of the earth. It's deeper than the shape of the earth, because the people that was teaching how to get to heaven was saying, hey, there are 7 ethers above us. There are 7 planes of existence above the earth, and you can ascend up there if you do right. But when the church set up, they was saying, ain't nothing up there. It's just a bunch of planets. Ain't no life out there. It's a void. There's nothing. And, and they didn't want people to think that there was something to look up to or ascend to beyond this realm. Because their whole way of living, it was all based upon they didn't want to do the right thing morally. Because if people know what the earth is and what's above it, they will try to get there. If you told every human right now, there's a better world than the one you live in now above this earth, then they would become good people and try to get there. But they did away with the law. They said, look, this man sacrificed, he died. They said, first of all, it all started from a big bang. And then, because I'm skipping to Jesus, but I got to go before Jesus when the first church rose up, because it was the same concept how they did away with the law. They did away with the law before Jesus and had everybody thinking that you don't really got to be good. Because check it out, right? The only reason people was being good because they wanted to ascend up to a next plane of existence, another ether. They knew what the earth was, how the universe looked, and they knew that there were better versions of themselves in the heavens. So they tried to strive to become that better version here and calibrate their energy with their higher self, and so they can ascend, matching the frequency of their higher version. It's a climb and all the way up the stairway like Enoch. But see, with this new system that they got on Earth, the space programs are telling us there's a better planet out there and we looking for it. And once we find it, we're going to colonize it. We're going to colonize Mars. That's the new doctrine that they said going to lead the world astray. Because the old doctrine was you can't enter the kingdom of heaven in flesh and blood. But the deceiver fooled the whole world at rocket technology. We can shoot up, blast our way up there on a bullet and land on a planet and colonize it. And that is the end goal is going to be Neuralink, because Elon Musk is who they're going to let lead the space programs. And he's going to be this new prophet on the earth, which he already, people don't see what they set him up for. Because when Neuralink become common, they're saying that most people, when the Bible say most of the world going to get the chip, guess why they going to get it? To be smart. They dumbed the world down, and now they gonna promise them a damn chip with the internet in their head. They got Chat GPT in their head. They got Siri in their head now with a Neuralink chip. So,
Exactly.
so the whole thing about Elon, he said, look, if we gonna get humans to space, we gotta train them in safe environments. And he's saying that's where Neuralink gonna come in. We can train in simulated environments, mind uploading right there in space, and before we really go. So we can go to space, but first you gotta get the mark of the beast. But see, this how a lot of people gonna take the chip, because you ain't gonna be able to compete in the workplace. But see, I'm showing y'all why the flat earth, globe earth is deeper than just the shape of the earth. They don't want them to know the shape of the earth so that they don't see heaven is right above their head. They don't, the average human is saying to themselves, like, I'm gonna follow authority because that's what God told me to do in the Bible. Obey your earthly masters. And when you see anybody in the church pushing back against the system, they pastor will check them on that. We respect our governors, our presidents, and all of that. You know, the church is fully integrated with the New World Order agenda and the state. And I'm telling you, if you in the church trying to be anti-establishment, the church gonna check that shit quick.
You think that's why you think that's why they took all the bells? Because as above, and then when you meditate, you shape of a bell, and the bell is a roar, a sound, a roar, and bell is below, as above, so below. So as above in the heavens, below we meditating and the bell ringing that make us have a. It also says bell ring, awaken a memory, and that's why we forgot, because they took the bells and made us forget how to resonate. As above, so below, and below is BELLOW, bell below.
Yeah, that's that right there. They did. Hey, Elk, unmute your mic. My bad. You muted. Unmute your mic because I see your mouth moving. Yeah, they took away all the bells. I heard that the bells in all of these temples, and there was some bells in some of these motherfuckers that's the size of your bedroom.
Yep.
Seriously. And
they say the bell roars. The sound that roared.
And you know what I heard, Redden? I heard that bell makers were very special people, because in the old church back in Gnosticism, this is my theory, when they said let freedom ring, it's to free you from illnesses. The church was we didn't have hospitals. The pipe organ can really heal any disease with music and sound. The organ was calibrated to frequencies that would heal the body. And it will even influence higher states of consciousness to help you connect with your higher self, which is what the church was all about, to do what? Help us connect with God. But check this out, right? Remember, people drink holy water in the church and it don't even heal them today. But they used to have these little canals run through the church that they was charging the water. Like, this is technology, these temples and shit. And I heard that those bells was the most advanced shit. Bro, these bells, man, it's like they built these bells to ring with certain frequencies and tones to, you know, heal the aura, do all kind of positive shit for the environment and the people. Like, imagine this paradise that we had on Earth, and it was built with simple music and architecture. Imagine if our entertainment system was healing, because this was the paradise we had. Your poetry was your medicine. Your music was your medicine. When you went into this temple and you partake with the ritual, it kept humans living for hundreds of years without hospitals, just the environments we built. That's crazy.
That's it. You dead spot on.
Yeah, hey, look, I don't know if this is a little bit off topic. I don't know. I hope this ain't off topic, but hey, Sanchez, you know how you was talking about like the Great Reset, right? And how we in a post-apocalyptic world and don't really know it, right?
Yep.
So like you ever saw this movie called The Giver?
Oh yeah,
You got to
man.
check that out. Like the
Hell
first
yeah.
30 seconds of that'll blow you away. Like if
It was it
your
was a
mind open and
long
really know what they saying.
it was a minute ago, but I do remember The Giver. I watched
And you
that
got to
one.
look on some real stuff. If you can, just play the first 30 seconds. You could YouTube it right now. The movie The Giver, they got the full movie. The first 15 seconds will blow you away. Like there's so much symbology, so many different references in it. They talk about the reset. They talk about the boundary that we all know what the boundary is. Like I'm telling you, the first 30 seconds that'll blow you away. Like I was just watching it just now, and I'm like, dang, I forgot all about this. So I seen it some years ago. It came out in
What was it?
2014. The Giver
It's a
came
deep
out in
movie.
2014. Like just the first 30 seconds with a certain mindset. With
It was
like
inside a
I'm
dome
telling
or something. It was a world outside of. There was this. Yeah, I remember that movie.
yeah, on my soul. So it's like Earth is way larger than what we are made to believe, but we are held in a boundary. There's a boundary. You see what I'm saying? So the physical realm that we call Earth is a lot larger, but we are held in contempt of some sort.
And you know
They,
what?
they got that in that movie Paradise, that new TV show Paradise, where they went underground for a catastrophic event, and they got everybody underground living in a cave in a mountain, and they got simulated suns and all that in the sky simulated and all that. It's a new show called Paradise that talk about that.
You know,
I gotta
part of
check
me.
that
I
out.
got a theory on that. I got a theory on those
The
temples
Giver
and
though,
then
for real though, if
all
y'all
the
really know what I'm
churches and
talking
stuff they
about, check
built.
that first 30 seconds of Giver out. It's gonna blow your mind, man. I ain't just saying that.
Oh yeah, man. That's my shit. The Giver. I forgot about that movie.
You ain't
But I'm
watched Severance yet, Sanchez. I told you to watch Severance, man, and Pantheon.
Severance. Okay. Yeah,
Severance and Pantheon.
my mind's so bad. I be watching these movies and forget I watch them. I'm gonna go and check it out. I'm gonna writing them down now.
That'd be a nice little thing for you to go over right there. Just analyzing that with this mindset. That Giver, I'm telling you, that's a whole piece
the
right there.
thing about The Giver and all these movies, they got a common theme. We're being confined inside of some sort of Truman show. But like you said, it's bigger. It's a whole no. When it comes to the universe, our Earth is like one damn city. Our whole Earth, when you scale this thing out and zoom out, I'm saying it's like it can be like a big ass bubble wrap paper full of just worlds, man, that go out forever, just like the stars got full of worlds that go up forever, down for like, you see what I'm saying? Portals in it, just, continuum. So, my whole thing would be, because where this conversation normally leads to is why are we trapped? Is Earth a prison? And all that stuff is where that normally go.
Just a test.
Hey, shout out to Charlie Thomas. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, it's a test. I agree. Hey, salute.
So
y'all.
you think the universes are inside our body or outside? Like, you know how we got the universes, like when we go to sleep, we go inside our different universes in our body, like the God body, and we go to different universes because your own universe. So is it universes outside our body too, or just within our bodies? Or
all right, so check it out, right? Universe start with the word you. Now, the way I look at the universe is this. It's a multiverse, first of all. The universe is the particular multiverse I'm in at the moment. But check this out about going in and out. What you asking is a good question, because look, if you have a house or a community, a city, a neighborhood, a country, everybody live in houses. The houses need a front door and a back door. So the front door and the back door, because you got all of these houses, every parallel universe is a different. You can go inside of one of these universes and travel different parallel versions of it forever without leaving that one universe. Then you can leave out that one little universe and see that there's other universes in the multiverse that's infinite. And you can go in any one of them and get lost forever, because inside of that universe is multiple infinite versions of itself too. But check it out, right? What I'm saying to answer your question is, when we project the consciousness inside of our self, like the inside is the outside. Another way of saying that would as within, so without, as above, so below. When you look up in the sky, Retin, you're looking at the end of your own neural network. And so this is where it get crazy, because people will start laughing at the flat earth and shit, but this is the ancient way of viewing this shit. It's a spirit. You know why people laugh when we go here? Their physicists have taught them to denounce anything spiritual when it comes to reality. But you got a spirit. And the ancestors had a way of showing how our spirit connects with the earth on a mechanical level, how the soul is transmitted through the stars and all that. You know, so, but the thing that I was trying to say was, if you're in a dream, right, if you go to sleep right now and you're walking around a dream and we talking about the earth, and I walk up to you and I say, Retin, the darkness up there that you see in the sky is your skull. That's your brain. That water's right there. Your brain is 75% water. And they say, well, listen, we know the earth is flat. It's a dome. It looked like a brain. It got two hemispheres like the brain. It got a bright light in the middle, which is the pineal gland, the soul. What I'm telling you is, if every last one of us right now on this panel walked into the North Pole portal at the same time, all of us will wake up in a different universe, in a different bed. Because everyone's North Pole is the seat of their own soul. Like I said, if I walk up to you in a dream and you ask me what the earth is, I'm gonna say, bro, it's your sleeping body. You inside of your own head. And them stars is the endpoints of your neural network. That's why you can project your consciousness. Like when you look at the stars, that's the other end of a wormhole that's connected to your neuron. All of your neurons leave your brain like octopus tentacles. And each one of them is connected to a different star, which is why your consciousness can leave this body now and zip, go to any one of them parallel universe, because like the ancestors said, is all connected. So everyone is in their own, everyone is in their own simulation, and all of our simulations is connected online like a gaming experience. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. I'll just make it sure. Right.
Yeah. But a person that's a globe earther would never grasp the fact when they looking up at the sky that when the ancestors used to say, when you hear stuff like we are the stars, it derives from this way of thinking that the stars is an extension of you. When we see images of the God shoe inside of his own little dome, that's to say your mind and the body is your soul in the universe. When your soul entered the world, your mind entered the body. When your mind lead the body, your soul gonna lead the world.
I can rock with that. That's great, because the thing is, what people gotta understand is, on Earth, you know what I mean, in Earth realm, you can't leave Earth realm and take your body with you because it's too heavy. This the physical realm of matter and density. So you can't take that with you. You gotta lighten up.
That's what I'm saying.
Your consciousness is so light.
And one more thing, right? The reason you can't leave Earth and take your body, which is the same reason you can't leave your house and take your house with you, is because your body is the Earth. Your whole body. When you leave the body, you leave the Earth because your body is the Earth. But yeah, go ahead.
I like that one. That's a good one. You can't take your house with you when you leave now. Yeah.
I had a near-death experience, right? And real quick, I had a near-death experience, and it's really true what they say that there's like a big joke, a big punchline at the end of the story, because it's like the first thing that happened was it was like a giant joke. Like I started laughing to myself. It was funny because you realize that all that shit that was happening out there that you thought was, the rest of the world, it was all me. So like what it told me was that was all you. You thought that was like that person, and all this different shit. But it was really just you. And like it was funny, but I came back from it. So I didn't really go all the way. But when I came back, I was like, whoa, that was weird. Like, being back to the regular world, it was very strange. But I had this experience where I realized that this is all fake. And you're gonna have a big joke at the end when you realize it was you. It was all you. It's hard to explain that shit. You can't explain it.
I came to some type of realization like that off a trip one time for real. And it was kind of a scary realization.
Yeah, that's what it's what the yogis talk about. It's a realization that you have, but I had it in a near-death experience once.
So what if I told y'all in our base reality, we all sleep on a mushroom trip, and it's the fucking worst mushroom trip that a shaman can put you on. See, watch this, right?
That'd be wild.
When you see, no, that's true, because watch this. Here's the thing about what they tell you in the Bible. They say Adam and Eve was in this paradise, in they beautiful home, a paradise called Eden. Then they went to this tree and ate from it, from a fruit that was given to them by a snake. Now, when you go and really research what the fruit was, it was a ayahuasca. Don't you know in early Christianity that Jesus is shown holding mushrooms in his hand, the kinds that he was a shaman? He was sending people. When he said that I can show you my father's kingdom, he was saying, nigga, here, eat this mushroom. Shamanism was so popular in the early world. People was eating mushrooms, taking ambrosias. The holy water would have been some kind of elixir. They was making all kind of stuff with these mushrooms, going on trips, seeing the other side, and they was writing about it. It became ascension stories of people like Enoch. All these was what the world was doing. That was the space program. Hey, let's go up there in the sky. Because when the whole thing, what we were saying about you can't leave your house and take it with you, I'm gonna go back to that, but check this out. And I will, if one of y'all go with me right now to the jungle, and I say, look, bro, you want to try ayahuasca? You want to go on a trip? All right, now, when you drink this shit, you're going to fall asleep. You're going to be out of your body. You're going to be in a whole nother world experiencing some shit. And you can be there for however long because time is suspended, because even though it only an hour passing in this world, when you get out your body and get on the other side, you can be over there for a whole week, nigga, and it may still be nothing but 2 hours here.
I swear, I think that's what it is. That's the scary thing about it.
That's what I'm telling you. Like at the North Pole, all of us took the red pill. We chose to go into here for some kind of reason to better ourselves. And we were told, when you eat this shit, you ain't gonna remember nothing. You're gonna be in another world. And if you do wake up to this shit, that mean that your trip is ending. You know, the drugs gotta wear off, and that's what we doing and shit right now.
That's dope. That ain't scary.
That's dope. We on a trip.
Yeah,
right,
it is kind of dope.
Yeah.
But when I came to that realization, that shit was like lonely-ish. Like it was like sad. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause it's like, damn, everybody ain't who I thought they was. They just, you know what I mean?
No,
like
everybody who you think they are. Think about this right here. Let's say me and you, J-Mo. You see how we chilling on this panel? And you see how Sanchez, how all of us we interacting with each other? Okay. Now, all of y'all, I say J-Mo, Elk, Charlie, everybody on the panel. Meet me in an hour. Let's go play Grand Theft Auto together. All of us gonna have our avatar in the game. And when we get off the stream, everybody on this panel, we gonna meet up in Grand Theft Auto and do some shit. Now, guess what's gonna happen in Grand Theft Auto, J-Mo? Sanchez ain't gonna be the teacher and the leader. Hell, Key Norfolk might be the man in that shit, because it's a whole nother year. Hey, listen, I'm saying, listen, once we get in the Grand Theft Auto game, who we are gonna change. We gonna be totally different. The roles gonna change. The knowledge gonna change. Everything, the man who the best gamer gonna be the master when we get offline, and I'ma shine on this. See, everything on shift just like in a dream, right? if you start dreaming right now, your cousin may be the one getting all the girls, and you may be the one that can't get a girl in that universe. Everything changes in each of these parallel realities, but the people is still who they are. They just a different version in this reality, but that's the real them in that world, though.
Facts.
Hey, that's interesting, man. Oh, go ahead, Elk. Go ahead.
Facts, facts. Hey, shout out Charlie. Hey, what up, my brother Sanchez? And salute to the panel,
What's
man.
good, bro?
Hey,
Hey,
this
shout
is
out
Key,
to
man.
Don.
Respects Key.
Hell
All
yeah,
right,
shout
all
out
right,
to
all
my
right, all
nigga
right.
Key.
Hey, salute, bro. You know, they started calling themselves astronauts because when we was building the other night, we were astronautical beings. So they start to carbon copy us, and that's why they call themselves astronauts. And they got us thinking that they going to the moon, taking these trips to take us further away from ourselves. So we don't know who we are, and we don't find out how we can travel astral, the astral plane. You understand what I'm saying? They taking us away from that knowledge. And like bro said, we will have different elixirs maybe to do chemical alchemy on the body so we could elevate our minds so we could get together on these planes. If we take the same thing, it's just like now you see people grouping up, you see drinking buddies, you see people who do shrooms together, people make smoke together, y'all be on the same vibe. You feel what I'm saying? So, bro, man, you cooking with this, with what you bringing, man. This the knowledge that we need to bring back to the people, so we can understand these lies that they deceiving us with, bro.
The mushrooms
Big
are
lie.
shaped like keys because they're keys to multiversal doors.
Right.
That's a
I got a whole collage that'll show you the mushroom, the key, and then guess what you'll see next to that? The damn UFO ship beaming down the thing is a keyhole too on that one. And then on the side of that, you'll see that if you're looking at a train from the front view, it's the same shit. Then you say, hey, that's what the Ankh is. The Ankh is a keyhole. And they even call the Ankh the key of life. So it unlocks, the other side. So this is something that they hid, and they hid it behind, because the whole alien thing, they was teaching humans for a long time that the only way a human can leave the earth is if one of the gods take you up to heaven. Because you remember the Greeks had a bougie understanding of the universe. Let me just break it down. The early church, the early Greeks, they thought the way they thought about humans is the way that the Bible tell you that God see you as low, filthy, stanky, a sinner, well, all that crazy shit. The Greeks taught that the gods in the heaven look down upon man on some bougie shit. And that in order for man to go to the heavens, the God got to come and take you up there. No humans can go up there without a God taking you. That's called abduction. Today they call it rapture. But that was ufology back in the early ancient day. People don't realize ufology is the foundation of all religion. And that humans wanted to get abducted by aliens to see other worlds, when we can see other worlds by beaming ourselves up out of our own body via ascension and meditation. That's crazy.
That's a fact, bro. And then when you said like the front of the train, if you look at a atomic bomb too, it'll show you the same shape, whether you turn it upside down or not. You know what I'm saying? So, man, we can keep using this syncretism and this symbology to find the keys to unlock some of these answers that they hide from us. Yes, sir.
I gotta reach now. This is a linguistic syncretism connection I'm gonna make. Because the word mushroom, right? It's gonna sound like a reach, but you know how we say extraterrestrial, which is what the mushroom shaped like. The extraterrestrial is gonna show you other earths, other land, other terra, terrestrial. So, like the whole thing about the mushroom, right? It's like somebody saying there's more earth, there's more room, there's much room. I know y'all gonna laugh, but hear me out.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
would you
mushroom.
wow. You know what I'm saying? There's so much more out there. If you eat this, you're going to see other worlds, extra terror, extra earth. It's much more room.
Drop a bomb. Drop a bomb. I never heard that before. That's good.
That's fact, bro.
Much room, that's for sure.
That's why they tried to carbon copy the mushroom too with these DMT drops that they was doing. They try to make a serum that would get them the same effect of these mushrooms. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
what was the sound?
I can't believe I never saw that one. That's a good one.
I gotta reach.
Okay.
Much more room outside the boundary.
I hear people talk about. I overheard somebody saying, you know, they always talk about the 200 fallen angels, right? And I know it's some type of personification of that, but it's 200 craters around the earth. So if it's 200 craters around the earth, over 190, and it's 200 fallen angels, what are they really trying to say about those craters? I know that's off topic.
They say it's 200 craters around the earth.
Yeah, if you Google this, it's
you know what?
It's over 190 craters all over the earth.
Now watch this, right? They tell you that these craters are so old, and this is my theory. I think that these are old gold mines, old digging mines. A lot of these craters, they look man-made. Now, guess what the scientists will say? There are heavy in nickel reserves. You see a lot of... Now, if this comet coming from a whole nother galaxy, how it got a bunch of nickel, a bunch of shit that's already on the Earth already? Did it come from an Earth-like planet? You got to ask the question. They would tell you all of these comet sites are rich with certain metals that the comet brought, and all of the metals will be shit that's on our periodic table. Why it don't bring nothing new to the Earth? Because y'all said that human life wasn't even on the Earth, but a comet brought human life here. We don't see comets bringing no new shit here no more. It's only the shit already here. Make that make sense. See, that let me know right there. They don't want us to know that the ancestors was gold mining, diamond mining, copper mining. That'll make us rethink the whole goddamn history books. And so they gotta say
lithium mining for cobalt and cell phones and all that.
That shit, all them comet sites look like mining sites. Facts.
We supposed to see residue or different debris that's left behind with some land. If it's gonna make a crash landing, it's gonna leave residue or debris behind. You know what I'm saying? It can't be the same, elements that we have here on the earth and say that it's something that's extraterrestrial. The extraterrestrial part is, see, God is mine. You see what I'm saying? That's why we say God mind, but they changed it to God body, trying to mix up good and evil. You know what I mean? So when we took extraterrestrial trips, we were able to lead a body and go off into other worlds, and then we would bring things back into this reality. See what I'm saying? So they try to switch it up and bring it to terror, which is connected to the earth, to keep our mind on the earthly aspect of it. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of us knowing that we can travel the astral world, with our mind, with our energy, and then come back into our body. Ain't nothing really godly about your body. That's your lower self. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, and then on Superman 1, they had to have that meteorite in Addis Ababa that brought the kryptonite. That's the only time they bring precious metals and shit.
Oh, good, Sacred. No, check this out, man. Oh, real quick about the speed of these asteroids or whatever that so-called creates the holes on Earth. They all are like bullseyes straight on. And according to what we are told, our spacecrafts, whatever, 17,000 miles an hour or whatever. And so all these things that come from space, man, who knows how fast these things go? And they wouldn't curve into the Earth to land spot on. They would go straight into a trajectory, and wherever they crash, they're going to crash at their trajectory, not straight on and curve. So it's a 90-degree hit every time. That's weird.
Or it's probably Earth probably alive and it got pimples. And geysers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that debunks the asteroid nonsense.
Yeah.
I was doing a dab.
That's facts.
Say it again.
No, I was gonna say that the Earth is the heart of the solar system anyway. That's how I understood it. And I also the Milky Way, isn't the Milky Way is like a vacuum to collect all of the debris and stuff like that. That's up there, all around.
That's very interesting, Demi, because that movie. Remember the archaeologist? The movie I forgot. 1980s.
I think that Milky Way is like a siphon, like some type of siphoning, like a straw, siphoning straw.
Yeah, it's like a vacuum. That's how I understood it.
Like a drain.
Yeah, vortex.
They showed it in that movie from the archaeologist. Remember the American archaeologist? What's that movie?
The night sky looks so beautiful, man. At night, like when you see all the stars out, you can see the Milky Way. It is so beautiful, bro. Like it's amazing. Like,
and it's mysterious too. You can never figure out what the fuck it is. I hate when people say that the moon reflects the Earth, the continents, because I don't see that shit. Do you guys believe in that? I think
that's dumb.
A local object will show the whole world. A map of the whole world and other continents when it's local. That don't even make no sense. Sanchez debunked that months ago.
Hey, and I'm gonna tell you some other shit that I'm gonna debunk that people gonna think I'm tripping about though. I'm gonna debunk the Great Rift, the Dark Rift, because I am not saying, because they saying that the Dark Rift proves the Milky Way, like we're saying like the arm of the Milky Way swirl across the damn sky. Y'all ain't never thought about how dumb that is. They're saying that the Milky Way is this spiral, and then the Dark Rift is like one of the arms swirling across our field of view or some shit like that. But that's another thing that I want to research too. But I got this up here right now, y'all, so people can see that Pythagoras, the guy who we've been debunking this whole series, here go his damn.
Say it again, Sanchez. Pythagoras.
Pythagoras. Right. Listen. I could say the Pythagorean theory, Pythagoras and all that, but I'm stuck on Pythagoras now. Right? That's my shit. So,
respects, bro. If you don't mind, can you put it? You need to put it on YouTube. It's not on YouTube.
Huh? What you say?
You're only sharing with the panel. If you want to share with the rest of the folks, respects.
Oh no, I'm sharing with y'all in the panel. They should be seeing this AI overview and reading the blue part of Pythagoras.
Okay, now
read
I get
that
it.
shit.
I fall back.
Y'all want me to say Pythagoras? I had to say it that way in school.
Man.
I had to say it that way in school, the Pythagorean theory. But
I'm gonna say Pythagorean.
Either way, he's made up, so it don't matter.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, why is Freemasons teaching y'all? Think about it now. The whole foundation of the globe is so many. Bro, it ain't even that many Freemasons in the world. What's the chances of all of them being the foundation of the globe model that the world believe in? Now, the Freemasons don't even make up 5% of the world population. And the whole thing about it, a few men we can count on our hand is responsible for what everybody in the world think about the earth.
But the thing is, the earth, the baby body got robbed of their common sense at a young age. And once you do that, you snatch the God out of them, the intuition and all that. So I'm saying, like, it just come down to your common sense being snatched from you. So at the end of the day, when you get through learning all these 33rd degrees and all this, it just come down to common sense. You know,
you gotta
common sense
remember
ain't common, it's rare. It's sad. Common sense is Masonic knowledge these days.
You gotta remember, Makeda said he made the globe to make money. He made the globe, the spherical globe that we got in everybody's school. Mercator made that to make money, and he stated out of his own mouth that he made his maps from explorers coming back telling him what they saw. He ain't seen nothing.
Right. But what I'm saying, well, you see what I'm saying? Though I'm saying common sense, right? Everything we're saying is what you would think would be common sense, but it ain't. What's considered common sense is rare. You know what I mean? So it's like ain't no damn common sense. People got their little degrees and they little indoctrination slips and all that, but it ain't no common sense in it. You know, people get rewarded for having good memories, but they ain't thinking. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, let's say you taking the test, you know what I mean? And the test might give you the wrong answer. It might say, who was the first people in America? This. You might say Aboriginals. And then it'll get marked wrong on the test because it ain't about what's true. It's about indoctrination. So,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So then you go through so many years of that through the system, you get your honor roll slips and all that. So then when somebody come and tell you something different, you look at them like they crazy. Like, nigga, I got straight A's. I'm smart. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't getting rewarded for being smart and being an intellectual thinker. You getting rewarded for having a good memory of what we told you to think.
See, the whole thing about the Freemasons, people may ask themselves, what secret is this secret society holding? Listen, it right here. Masons got an emphasis on reason and knowledge, but guess what? You don't see Freemasons educating people. Like, you don't see in the lodge, they in secrecy. So when you read this, it say both Pythagoras and Freemasonry share a focus on the importance of reason, logic, and the pursuit of knowledge as paths to understanding the universe and one's place within it. So Freemasonry want everyone, they care so much about the world. They want you to understand the universe and your place in it. Now, they don't care about hunger, poverty. They don't care about war. They don't care about gang violence. They don't care about homeless people and shit. But they care that you understand the universe, right? And your place in it. And that ain't a red flag. That's
the beginning of stripping you of your common sense, your God-given common senses. You know,
a
in my
principal
opinion.
told. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I was just saying. A principal told me at a school that the Masons run the school system.
And the first thing they do is strip you of your common sense and your confidence in your common sense.
Let's do a
by
quick
telling
test.
you stuff that don't got no logic in it and telling you crazy if you think otherwise.
Let's do a quick test. What does the L on Laverne's sweater really stand for?
You said something about the schools, right, sister? Sister Jimmy, you said something about the schools, right? What's the number one HBCU in Atlanta?
Oh, HBCU? I don't know.
You know what it's called? Historical Black College.
What it start with?
I don't know. I'm not from Atlanta.
It start with
but
an
I
S.
should know, right? I should know that, right?
Spellman.
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, Spellman. Spellman.
Spellman.
But who is Spellman named after? Who is Spellman named after, y'all? Y'all want me to tell y'all?
I forgot who his name up.
What's his name? What's the dude name that did the school systems?
Talking about like
Rockefeller wife.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Hillary
That's crazy.
HBCU after Spellman, and people just act like, oh, she doing it. Like, that's not an HBCU. It's named after his wife.
You know what? You know what's crazy, bro?
That's crazy.
I was saying, like, bro, how many HBCUs is like this? It don't feel black. It feel Greek. It's
Greek
got
fraternities, exactly. That's crazy to me. You on the head. It's a whole Greek, and y'all talk about HBCU named after Rockefeller wife Spellman.
Everything Greek. The school system, to religion, to Scientology is all Greek.
But people don't even know that.
But see, when you go to college, that is some real, like, a next phase of the whole indoctrination. I ain't gonna even cap, bro. Because
check it out. Hey, friends, check it out. Hey, real quick, bro, you got that Pythagorean, right? Hey, if you don't mind, look up the word Prith. Now, Pythagorean, right? Prith. Prith. Definition. Prith. Very interesting. Emphasis on reason and knowledge. These guys have secret knowledge. Prith is a very interesting word.
Sounds like prick.
Prith. Definition.
Oh, like, you know how they put the word pit in the middle of the apple, the tourist fields is a pit, the pit of hell. It's all, I mean, I see the code and everything, you know.
The word prith is an archaic interjection primarily used in older literature meaning please. It's a contraction of I pray thee and is used to introduce a polite request or command.
Yeah, keep going. Show more. There's more.
Essentially, when someone says prithee, they are asking for something politely, similarly to saying I beg you or if you please. For example, in Shakespeare plays, prithee is often used to soften a request. Yeah. Now, I would look up this whole word in etymology and we can take it further. Matter of fact, let's put in. Let me see.
The L on the Vern sweater stands for Lucifer.
Very interesting, Sacred. Very interesting.
That's just like them, man. That's what they do.
But it's amazing that the foundation of the whole globe model is 90% Freemason. And it's crazy because if you read what the Freemasons are supposed to be doing, the Freemasons been around for so many hundreds of years, y'all, and their knowledge and their mission been the same, to help man on his pursuit of knowledge and the world getting dumber and dumber. So it's safe for me to say to any Freemason, you're a fucking failure. Niggas only joining it so they can get richer and richer, not so the world can get smarter and smarter. And for a small group of people to get richer and richer, we all got to get dumber and dumber because you got to make us ignorant consumers. And we see that's just what's happening in the world. The people who are, and our government was founded by Freemasons. All of these Freemasons that's influencing our lives, they supposed to be helping us pursue knowledge, understanding, and all that. But look at the world outside. Look at what they promote, ignorance. So if the Freemasons got this mission, they that powerful, been around this long, the whole world ought to look at them and say, man, y'all are a failure. You might as well shut your damn lodge down.
Exactly. And not too many people are joining these days either. Yeah, they have access to truths, believe me. Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, I was about to say that not too many people joining these fraternities and all these different things. And another thing is, you know, our youth, we gotta, you know,
here's the thing. Real quick, I ain't trying to cut you off for y'all lead that thought. People ain't joining the Masons and the frats like that no more, but they joining the gangs like a motherfucker now, the young boys. See, when we was young, a nigga knew if you wanted to get ahead in life, you can get in your fraternity, you can join the Freemasons, but now the kids know if you want to get ahead in life, nigga, you join Crip, you join Hoover. What the fuck? Like, you could be rich tomorrow. What the hell? Like, it's more of these youngins, man, they on, you know, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of people was joining that shit to get ahead in the world. And now these youngsters, they don't think like us. It's like, hey, man, the drill music ain't making them niggas say, I want to be a Alpha Phi Alpha and shit like that, you know.
But you know what? They always seem to have a new crop. They always have new kids that are just as programmed, that have no clue about not, you know. And it's weird. Where do they? It's like they grow them. They do.
My bad, J Mo, for cutting you off. When trying to
Oh
cut
no,
your
you
wisdom.
good. You good. I ain't tripping. But now I hear what y'all saying though.
Yeah, I just think it's time.
Isn't the polyhedrous the flat Earth that a lucid draw? Ain't he Pythagoras too? They all the same people. I think it's called the polyhedrous. It got like the circle with the two hemispheres.
Circuit. Nah,
A
I was
lucid.
laughing at
I don't
something
even know
else.
how to pronounce his name.
Euclid. Is that it?
I think it's called a polyhedrous.
Oh,
poly.
It. I know. I know the Masons adopted this right here from Euclid. Anybody want to? I can
man,
pull
the
it up.
Masons, they running around
He
here
said
parading that
polyhedron.
common sense. Look, this was crazy, right? They got people out here thinking that the truth a lie and that the lie the truth. That's all it is. And it's crazy to me because the truth is common sense and the lie is outrageous. And that's all it is. That's all I could get from it.
Occam's razor really slices the globe hard, man.
Type
Real
in the
tough.
polyhedrous artwork geometry. It got like the two southern the hemispheres and the North
Poly
Pole
what?
in the middle.
Poly what?
The poly POLYHEDRISTS art and geometry.
Okay, it'll pull it up. Oh, I didn't put the right thing, huh? So. What am I going to here? I know I didn't put the right thing because it ain't pulling. My bad, written. I don't know where to go from here, but yeah.
I believe that somewhere. I believe that somewhere on Earth, right, it's a room full of people who know and understand that everything we saying right here is true and 100%. But the thing is, you ain't allowed to exercise common sense unless you got the degree. Other than that, you got to believe in pseudoscience and fall in line with the rest of the sheep.
That's facts. Oh, hey, shout out to Charlie Thomas and Adam McMahon. Said great show. I appreciate y'all for real.
Hey, much respect. Hey, check it out, bro. If I can get a chance, I think I cracked the code on the letter X. And you know that one guy, Elon Musk, you know, he's big on the X and other forums. The X is coming out, you know, and then he even called the skid X or something, right? Something about a skid. I was driving in the freeway and I saw a semi truck in the back of the trailer, the mud guard. The mud guard has an X. And if you don't mind putting it, Flexivan, 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 images. And I could crack the code on the X symbol.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, do
It's pretty deep.
Hell
so
yeah.
for those
spot in the middle of the center of the center of the torus in half.
Yeah, X marks the spot, but we're gonna blow it out the water, Sacred. I'm glad you said that. So whenever Bro Sanchez has the ability to pull it up, and
oh, what exactly you want me to pull up? I got you.
But I wanted to show the symbol the symbol of the Flexivan. It's a mud guard that I saw on the freeway, and then that just in plain sight I saw, and I believe I saw the in plain sight what the X means. FLEXIVAN, image, in Google. And that way you can understand what I'm talking about. I understand what the X symbol is, but the image is very important.
What is it? Let's see if you know.
Well, yeah, as soon as if Bro can pull it up. If not, then I guess I'll bring it up.
It goes
Yeah,
deep.
I can't find. Hold on, well, I'll share it with you. I mean, but I don't see.
It's basically a company. I don't know if they make mud guards or if they make trailers or maybe they're a
I'm getting some kind of medical.
VAN. I'm sorry, bro. VAN.
My bad.
FlexiVan.
Vine
Image.
is one.
Yeah, zoom in. Yeah, zoom in to okay, right there. That's fine. Okay, look at
Or
the
one.
X. The X is a vector. It's like the serpent's tongue, right? You have the tongue speaking to the left, to the right, to the bottom, to the top, the compass points. And in the center, the beast is talking from every angle, sharing, like it's telling you the lies, right? So X, very interesting. And I see the serpent's tongue from every angle, man. I don't know. Thanks for bringing it up.
No problem.
Well, you know they always use the arrow like on the subway because there's subway. They love to use that arrow in the demonic symbols in the spells and stuff. So I know that. But you know, in the center of the torus that we live in, there's a gigantic circular machine installation because it's circular because that's the most logical shape to absorb all the energy in the center of the torus. They must have built, so that's why they use the circle a lot, and they also use it in rituals with a little broken, because you break the symbol, the Q, that stands for quantum. Q is because you break the circle in the ritual, you allow the demon in. That's when you bite the apple. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I was thinking about too, man? How all of the days of the week is in reverence to like a wandering star, like Sunday, Moon Day, Tuesday. You can start syncing them to like the planets. ODD did a video like that back in the day. And I was just thinking like, you know, what if every fucking day, right? So what if our Earth is split up? It ain't just one reality. It's a couple of parallel realities that's in proximity to each other, and they're rotating. And let's just say every day you're under the influence of a different wandering star, and that the ancestors or somebody may have said, okay, today may be the sun's day, today may be the moon's day, today may be this god's day, Thor's day, Thursday, Freya's day, and each of these gods is a different star. And I'm just reaching though. I'm saying, what if we name these stars to say, hey, God, these stars were different gods or guides, and the ancestors believe in the zodiac astrology to where they influence behavior. So what if like each day was showing, hey, a different wandering star has the strongest, like what if out of these 7 wandering stars, they got to share their frequency in the sky each day to where everything is balanced, like the sun get 12 hours, the moon get 12 hours, to where, okay, the moon get this day, Monday, Tuesday, this planet get to have the strongest frequency, Wednesday, that planet is the strongest frequency emitting, and each of these planets is another you in that parallel reality, influencing this version the most in each day versus just one singular consciousness. You know, you see, like we're being influenced. I'm saying that can be the foundation of naming days after stars and shit. Because I always wonder, why would you name a day after a star? Like, why would you Sunday, Moon Day, you know, shit like that. But that's a reach.
That's just true. That's just true. It's also about the time of year. Like the time of year has a certain energy, and you'll have a certain energy. Like the winter, you'll have a certain energy. Your summer, if you were born during the summer, you have a certain energy. But that's just true too. What you just said, that's like breaking it down to the days and shit. That's crazy.
It's crazy because I be getting a different vibe during winter time and shit. And
right.
It's almost damn near gloomy. Maybe it's that way. I don't know, man. Somebody said, yeah.
Winter people are more serious, and then summer people are more like bright.
Yeah.
But you gotta realize we knocked off schedule because September is 7, October is 8, and they got us instead of the 13 count cycle, we on the 12 count cycle, and the moon cycle. They got us off. We out of whack.
I'm tracking with what you saying, Sanchez, too, because I think it's just like different levels. Like, I think that when we get up to the stars, like you was talking earlier about, like the Big Dipper and all that type stuff, and the Sirius system, when we can look and see these imprints in the stars, I think that's close to the source energy. And I think once it comes down that we hit the planets, you know, that's like they balls of light too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then to get to the like how the projector look was closest to the projection itself. But when I think about planets, I think about plane net. You know what I'm saying? Like net of the plane, and I think it's a net, like a covering of a tent. And I think that it's just like encasing the energy, man, like ciphering the energy. So when you just said that, it kind of put my mind back right there, man. I think you could be on to something.
And listen, I'm gonna do a whole stream on these concepts or like a documentary. But hey, I gotta get up out of here real quick. I can do this all night. Y'all know it. Man, I appreciate y'all. I can't thank y'all enough for y'all time and the people for y'all support. I really rock with y'all. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace and much love to everybody.
Peace and love.
Peace.
Peace and power. Salute.
Peace.
Peace out, man. Peace out.